Happy holidays and Merry Christmas, everybody. If you can do me a favor and let me know that you can hear me okay. I'm starting off like this versus standing in front of my computer with my face cam, because if you saw the thumbnail, I have a guest. And actually, I have two guests that are going to be on tonight's stream. One person you should be familiar with, and only a small handful of people might be familiar with the second one. But for my first guest, does anybody remember my coach from Minnesota? Yeah. This is Demetrius Gelatis. Demetrius,
hello,
thanks for coming to see me, man.
Thanks for having me, Chris. I should never read the chat. I should just know, Chris, never to read the chat, because I was super excited to come out and be like, ta-da! And then I start reading the chat, and everyone's like, Mike Massey and Jeremy Jones and all these people. I'm like, ooh, and I'm like, yeah. I just started kind of shriveling back up like a raisin. But anyway,
I don't think so.
No, it's good to be back. I'm super excited to be here. It's like sub-zero and snowy up in Minnesota, so fortunately I beat the blizzard out of town, and now I get to hang out in balmy Austin. So
yep. So. What we have planned for everybody is Demetrius is here for 3 days. So you can kind of almost think of like when I went to Minnesota, we did a 3-day boot camp up there to help me improve my game. Well, Demetrius is down here not necessarily to do a 3-day boot camp, but for today, Demetrius does have a lesson that he wants to try to go over to see if it's going to help benefit y'all. But I'm not going to be the participant in this lesson. The participant is going to be...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll stand here.
This is Carli, everyone. So, yeah. Carli is only a skill level 5 in APA 8-ball, and you're a 4 in APA 9-ball. And do you know what your Fargo rate is?
310.
310. So, yeah. So, Demetrius, why don't you explain why we want Carli to maybe try your lesson versus me trying your lesson?
Yeah, so I had some time to think, and, I've been planning this trip for a while. I have things that I want to, so for people that don't know me, let me at least introduce myself. Demetrius Gelatis. I live in Minnesota. I am a full-time pool coach and part-time pool player where I do play tournaments. So the coaching I typically do, I do 3-day boot camps where I have people come to my house in Minnesota, train with me for 3 days. More information, you can see me on my website, which is mnpoolbootcamp.com. MN like Minnesota.
Sounds like M&M's.
Sounds like what?
M&M's.
That's what somebody kept saying. M&M pool. I think that was Dr. Dave. He kept calling it M&M pool boot camp, and I was like, yeah, that would be maybe I could work something out with those guys. They have some deep pockets. Anyway, okay, so for people that are interested, check it out. But what I wanted to do is there are certain things that are so applicable to a wide range of skill levels. So I know that a lot of the audience that is watching right now are similar level to Carli, and then some players though are quite a bit more advanced. But that's amazing. There's certain things that apply to where they make titanic differences to lower level players, but they make big differences to higher level players too. So I've got some lessons in mind that I wanted to share, things that come up in my training sessions. And the fun part with this is, Carli, I've never seen you hit a ball.
No,
and I didn't even know what your skill level was, but I just wanted to see how we're going to have you hit a couple balls, and then I'm going to see if we can't develop some stuff that not only helps you, but can hopefully help even much more advanced players can benefit from some of the things we're going to work on.
So I want to interrupt real quick because this is the best part about a live stream.
Yes.
I have Charles Morris. He wants to know what your rate is.
Yeah. So in 2023, so right now I do 1-on-1s and 2-on-1s. And so I've been trying to steer to a lot of 2-on-1 trainings because to meet demand. Right now, that's my big thing is I do want to try to keep up with demand. So if you come 2-on-1, if I can partner you with a like-skilled partner, I've got 2 extra rooms in my house. You come stay with me. So all you're paying is the airfare. I provide the rooms and the food. So then $1,000 per person if you do a 2-person 3-day boot camp with me. 1-on-1 is $1,800. So it's up to you, but that's those are the rates. The nice part, I used to only do the 1-on-1s, but it turns out that the 2-on-1s, people still get, as long as I do a like-skilled partners, which I'm very good at pairing people up, or you might even have a friend that wants to come with. But it's actually really, really good. You learn so much watching your partner struggle with the stuff you're struggling on. You see how they're breaking down, and then you see how it comes together, and you get breaks so that you're not exhausted and you have time to regroup physically. I also do a pretty good job walking through it. It's a lot of pool in 3 days, but I shift between things that are mentally challenging and then physically challenging, so that we might study, cue ball or patterns or knowledge or tactics for a bit, and then we'll shift into hitting more balls and practicing technique and putting it together. And we'll alternate between things, and we have breaks, and I know how to pace it to make sure that you're with me. I'm pretty. I've got a lot of background with. I'm very good at connecting with people and making sure I know where they're at and how we can kind of ooze them along to where I won't lose you. So, but that's those are my going rates. In the future, I'm also opening up a pool club on April 1 in the Twin Cities area. And it's pretty cool. We're going to have a nice private club that's going to be for serious play and training. I will be doing some group lessons out of there. So in the future, I'll probably be doing bigger groups so that people that are at lower price points that want to train can still train. I'm concerned about watering down the experience to where it's not the same, but I want to have options. Basically, I just want to help as many people as I can, and I'm going to try to find that balance between. I don't want a 2-year waiting list where nobody can come work with me. I don't want to do groups of 100 where nobody gets anything out of it. So I'm evolving, but that's where I'm at today. Thank you.
All right, awesome. So I think overall, just so everybody understands, and I don't necessarily think this is going to be like to a T script of what we're going to do, because we do have 2 other days of coming up of what we're going to do. But what I do know that we're going to attempt to focus on today is I'm going to be off to the side watching the chat, so there can be a little bit of chat interaction while Demetrius runs through his lesson with Carli. And then afterwards, you are going to see some straight pool.
Yeah.
Demetrius and I are going to attempt to do some Scotch doubles straight pull. We already tried to do some struggling dry runs that we had there, but we're going to do that for a little bit, and then we're going to see some individual high run attempts from Demetrius, and then some individual high runs from me. And depending upon how the rest of the stream goes, we might just do a full-on Q&A afterwards, to where you can ask us whatever you want. We can attempt to demonstrate it. Demetrius can demonstrate it, or I can demonstrate it. That's at least what we think we might try to do today. What we're going to do tomorrow and the day after might be something similar, but who knows? We're just kind of making this up on the fly. So with that being said, Demetrius, the floor is yours.
And we'll take some suggestions too. So tell us, requests are open. All right. So thanks for tuning in. So Carli, all right, this is where the rubber hits the road. I guess I just want to see you hit a couple balls. I've never seen you hit any balls, so I'm going to start just so I've seen you play. Just take the cue ball, spread these things open, and just shoot a few balls at yeah. Hey, Greg,
2 for 3?
Grab ball in hand again. I don't want you to shoot from there. Take ball in hand again, and see if you can run all 4 balls. Any ball, any pocket, but just see if you can run all 4 balls with ball in hand.
So, Demetrius, if we can try to take note of stuff like this for later.
Sure.
We do have from Zach Yarbrough. He's wanting to know maybe what's the best break for a bar box 8 ball. Pete B, you're asking for maybe some cutthroat. There's some since we have 3 players. Pretty much after Carli's lesson is over, she does have APA League that she has to go play. So after this is when she's going to have to leave, and it's just going to be Demetrius and I. So we'll figure out.
She says cutthroat's fun, but the problem is cutthroat is so soft that if you have the break going, there could be like 6 packs. I mean, it's not. I'm not sure that people are picturing it the way it's actually going to go down.
And then Sean Tuffner wants to know any drills.
Oh, yeah. So the thing about drills, I love drills. Okay, I want to do a Q&A, but we'll have to wait, because I love drills, but a lot of it has to be a little bit geared towards what the level the players have, what they need to work on, because otherwise there's no direction. But okay, right now I'm going to focus on Carli, the star here. So go ahead. See if you can run all 4 balls. No problem. Quick, I want you to try something for me. I want you to try to shoot this 13 ball and have your cue ball stop. Can you shoot a stop shot on the 13? I want to see that. Very good. Okay. Good. Good. So, not bad. I'm pleasantly surprised. So that's good.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things you do well. So you have, I can tell that you've learned a lot about the game. You've watched good play because the pace of play is correct. You have a good, you're thinking, you make up your mind, you get down, and then you use a good stroke and a good hit on the cue ball. You have the ability to hit above center to roll the ball in. You can hit below center and stop. You can use soft touch. You can use a little bit more pace when you need it. So that's your current skill set. So the way when I play pool, the vision I have, and I think that it's as we get into advanced training later, we can talk and expand on this a little bit. But I feel that there are cue ball maneuver in the beginning when you're learning how to play. It's just about pocketing the balls, right? Can you make the shots? But you've already proven that you can make routine shots at a high percentage of the time, and then long, tougher shots you're going to make intermittently. Sometimes you make them, sometimes you don't. So let's just simplify it and say there's some shots you almost always make, and then there's shots you sometimes make. There's always and there's sometimes. Beginner in the beginning, that's normal, but you can never get all those sometimes shots to become, you're never going to get good enough to where all those sometimes shots become always shots. So what we have to do is find a way to get it to where we're running the table with a series of always shots, where all we have are shots that we always make. So then the way we do that is by learning a little bit about cue ball and patterns. And the vision I have is that, eventually you get to the point where you can look at a table and have a plan with a series of maneuvers that you can count on, where you're going to shoot that always shot, and then set the cue ball up there for that always shot, and then get the cue ball there for that always shot, and that's how runs get taken. So what we want to do is take a look at your cue ball tools and see if we can't improve and develop a couple of really, really important cue ball tools, so that you have, so that when you look at a run, you start having some of the basic tools we need to get from shot to shot and stay in that always category. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, what we're going to talk about today are stun shots and controlling stun shots. Do you know what a stun shot is? No, good, great, perfect. No problem at all. No problem at all. So, I want to talk a little bit about some cue ball knowledge, okay, so that we have some basic understanding of how the cue ball works and what we're going to try to train it to do. And then we're going to develop the techniques to do it. So, what do you need to know about the cue ball? What you need to know about the cue ball is that after you strike an object ball, there's only going to be two things that are acting on where the cue ball goes. There's going to be what spin the cue ball has. And right now, we're not going to talk about any side spin. We're only going to talk about forward and backward spin. And then there's going to be how much of that object ball you hit. Like, do you hit part of it or do you hit the whole ball? So to make it simple, we're going to start by talking when we shoot straight at a ball. So when I shoot straight at the object ball, so say I'm going to aim the 14 straight. What do you think is going to happen to the cue ball if I shoot straight at the 14? Where is it going to go?
It's just going to follow the 14 up.
Correct. So if it's rolling forward, what happens is all the energy goes into the 14, and then if the cue ball has a forward spin on it, it'll follow the 14. If it's sliding, like you did with your stop shot, then it'll come to a stop, and if it's back spinning, it'll actually come back. So far, so good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. It's harder to get the cue ball back spinning than it is to get it rolling forward. Why? Do you know why that is?
No.
Okay. Table friction. So if you try to move the ball across the table, if you try to slide the cue ball, it starts rolling. And the reason it's rolling is because as it wears across the cloth drags it, and it's just the most efficient way for that ball to move in terms of like, I'm not a physicist, I don't know how to explain it with the right terms, but it's kind of obvious that even if you try to slide it, it starts rolling because the bottom of the cloth keeps wearing across it and it gets the ball to, we call it kind of develops into a forward roll. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So that's why it's really easy for it to go forward. It's because the table wants it to roll forward. And there's a diagram I usually draw. I usually have a whiteboard. We didn't talk about this. But what if I drew it? Do you have a pen and paper? I could draw something and show it to the camera real quick.
I can get you one.
Why don't you grab me a pen and paper? I've got a good diagram that I think will help.
Right back.
So what happens is, if you start with a back-spinning cue ball, even if you hit below center and it's back-spinning, mm-hmm. as that cue ball slides across the table, the backspin wears off. And then it slides, and then it starts rolling. Have you ever seen that happen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen it when he does it.
Gotcha. See that? You see how it backspun, slid, and then rolled forward? So that's why, so the table, it's almost like the table wants it to roll. Because that's the most natural way that the cue ball can move across the field. So, to roll a ball, not so hard. I'm just kind of waiting for Chris here. Okay, thank you. I'll use the pen. I won't get ink on the cloth. So this is a fun diagram, and I've kind of stole this from a book. You know what? I'm going to see if anybody in the chat knows which book it is. Now, I've modified it slightly. Where can I hold this up so people can see it?
Right at the camera. Yep.
So the 6 is draw. And then if you start the cue ball with a 6, the draw wears off to a 5, to a 4. It starts sliding, then it turns into a slight forward turn, then it starts rolling. And who knows what book that's from. I modified it slightly.
I'm going to venture a guess and say maybe a Bob Burns.
That's a good guess. All right.
But not the right guess. If it's a good guess, it's not the right guess. We also got Sean Tuffner thinks it might be from Burns, but it's not.
Anyway, so 99 Critical Shots of Pool by Ray Martin. That's a cool diagram. So then what I did here is I added the one thing, which is time. I don't know. Oops.
There you go.
Time equals distance divided by speed. So what happens is this, Carly. Take a look at this diagram. The cue ball wants to develop a forward roll. But the question is, so the table is going to be basically what the cue ball is doing. Okay, I found a way to say it. What the cue ball is doing when it hits the object ball is it's two things. It's where you put your tip, but then it's also the table influences it. And so the question is, how much influence does the table have? And so this last thing will make sense. I call it initial spin. That's where you put your tip. So that's where the tip hits the cue ball. That's your initial spin. That's what the cue ball is doing right when it leaves your tip. Okay? And then you have effective spin, which is what is the cue ball actually doing when it strikes the object ball. And in between, you have some amount of table influence. And don't worry, this sounds complicated. I'll clean it up. This is live. This is tough. I'm talking to two different people. So I'm going to just show this image here real quick. And a lot of people get confused, even good players. Am I centered clearly? I can't quite see.
Go down a bit. Yeah.
There we go.
You're good.
So you've got where your tip hits the cue ball. Where your tip hits the cue ball is your initial spin. But then you've got some amount of table influence that changes the spin, and it ends up with a different spin, which is what I call the effective spin, which is what kind of spin is on there when the cue ball hits the object ball. So Carly, looking at this, for example, if I start my tip at a 5 like it's reasonably below center. Okay, that's my initial spin. But then it developed roll and it ended up at a 1. It ended up at a full roll because the table changed the spin. Does that kind of make sense? So the question is, and here's where here's where even better players mix this up and struggle for a few different reasons. How much influence the table has? Does the table change it from a 6 to a 5, or from a 6 to a 4, or from a 6 to a 2, or from a 6 all the way to a 1? It depends on how much time across the cloth. The longer it's going across the cloth in terms of time, the more levels it's going to drop towards a full roll. And so then, time is the last thing. Time comes from how far we are and how fast we're shooting. So, let me give you an example. Here, I'm very close to the object ball. So there's not going to be much time between the initial strike and when I tip versus when I hit the object ball. So if I cue slightly below center, I can cue this ball at like a 4, just a little bit low. And I actually drifted backwards a little bit. So I started at a 4 and I ended at a 4. The table didn't really influence because there was no time. But if I shot that same shot from further away, here's the 4, it started drifting forward. Now, it wasn't a 1, it didn't drift all the way to a full roll, but it was drifting a little bit forward because there was a little bit more time. So here's my first question for you. On that last shot just now, I used a 4 and it started drifting forward. How can I make that turn into a stop instead of a slight forward drift? There's a couple ways I can make that. Instead of letting the cue ball drift forward, what adjustments could I make to make that ball stop instead? That's one. What's the other adjustment I can make? Hello! Okay, that's exactly right. I can either, so basically I started it at a 4, which is one slight amount of backspin. It drifted 2 levels to a 3, which is a slide, all the way to a 2, which was a slight forward turn. So it drifted 2 levels towards forward roll. So I can either double my speed, so it only drifts 1 level down, or I can start it much lower at a 6, so that it drifts 4 levels down, but ends up at a... Sorry. So, no problem. No problem. So here's me starting it lower. Okay, I just lowered my tip quite a bit, and then at the same speed, I ended up with a little bit of stop. Or, like you said the first time, I could keep my tip at a 4, double my speed, and then get it to stop that way. So far, are we good? Mm-hmm. So let's have some fun. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is just the knowledge part. That's the boring part. But what this means is that when we shoot a stop shot, there are different ways that we can shoot a stop shot. So today I'm going to talk about the 3 stop shots. We're going to talk about a firm 4, where we start just a little bit below center and use enough speed that it only falls 1 level to a slide. We're going to talk about a medium 5, where we start a fair amount below center, use a medium speed and let it fall 2 levels to a slide. And then we're going to talk about a soft 6, where we really get low on the ball, let it fall 3 levels, allow enough time for it to fall 3 levels. A slide. And I'm going to demonstrate these 3, and then we're going to walk you through them. So, the way I set this up, you guys want to try this at home, I put the object ball between the side pockets, the cue ball on the second dime of the kitchen line, and I put an angle to where the 14 is just going to bank up and down tables. It's not going to go in. When people practice their stop shots, what ends up happening, what they do wrong is they practice pocketing the object ball, and then what they do is they end up using too much cue speed. And they're always hitting these really firm 4s. And they never really see how far that. So what I like to do is show how far the ball's moving so we can actually measure our cue speed. So a firm 4, I'm going to try to get the 14 to go 1, 2, 3 rails back to the middle. So watch where my tip is. Just a little bit, just a hair below center. Barely, it's almost like a 3.5. Maybe that was a little weak. And that's not bad. Not bad for a first try. I'll do one more. So then here's a question. If I want that to be a little firmer, what adjustment should I make on my tip, Carly? Should I do lower, higher, or the same? If I'm going to add just a little bit of speed. Okay, I'm going to edge up my tips just a little because the firmer I hit, the less I'm going to have table influence, and the closer to center I can still be to stop my ball. That's okay. I'm going to get there. That one I kind of drifted just a hair forward. But okay, I'm good with 2 attempts. 2 attempts is fine. Speed was good. I lifted up my tip just a hair more. Okay, so now I want to go 2.5 rail speed. So what do I need to do to my tip if I want to hit it a little easier and still stop my cue ball? That's right. So now we're going to go quite a bit lower. Try to do 2.5 rail speed. That's still a little firm. So what adjustment do I need to make, Carly? Just a hair lower, because I have to hit it just a hair softer. So the softer I hit, the lower I have to start, because the more the table's going to wear it off. So just a little bit lower. And maybe I went a little too low, because I'm a little too weak now. But those are reasonable. Now, I'm going to try to do 1 rail speed with the 14. To where the 14, with a really good hit, the 14 will stay out of the kitchen. And with a perfect hit, it'll stay back 1 rail back to the middle. But as long as it's out of the kitchen, that's a really good hit. Ooh, that's a little too hard. So I need to dig in a little bit lower. Ah! Nobody wants to miscue on camera, Carly. Nobody wants to be the guy that miscues on the camera. But you gotta hit it lower than that. Okay, that's a pretty good hit right there. Now that drifted, that's half a set. I mean, that drifted like 2 millimeters forward. It wasn't perfect, but pretty good. So, why don't we start by seeing if we can work on these 3 hits. So let's start with that 3 rail, firm, near center, just a hair lower than center, and a nice, good, long follow through. Yeah. Okay, no problem. So I knew what was going to happen before you shot. And the reason why is that in order to get cue speed, you need a little bit more length than that. You were very close to the ball, which means you don't have much room for your swing to get accelerated. So the way I think about this is, when you merge onto the highway, picture being at one of those like state highways where you have a right turn at a red light, and there's cars coming at 65 miles an hour, and you have to like turn right and get up to speed. How hard do you have to gas it? You have to really jam it, right?
My car pedal to the metal to get it.
There you go. There you go. But picture now one of those quarter-mile entrance ramps where you have like a quarter mile to get up to speed. You never have to really slam the gas pedal. You can just kind of like, you have all day to get up to speed. The same thing with a cue stroke. So I'm going to show you, if you shoot with a super short bridge like that, then you have to really, you can do it, but you have to really accelerate quickly, and it's really hard to like, you have to like, it feels like you have to really muscle the ball. You have to slam the gas pedal. But if you give yourself a little bit more length, like back up your bridge like 2 inches more, maybe 3. Still not, I didn't quite get that far enough, but I'm gonna do one more. It's irritating. I want you to, because I want to show your brain. I want to show your brain the right image. But with that amount of length, you don't need to move quick to get power. And so people tend to think, well, if I'm back further from the cue ball, I'm going to be less accurate. But that's not true, because you get to move your arms slower. So there's a balance. You don't want to shoot from this distance, because a slight imperfection is going to throw off your game. But if you shoot think that if you back up just a little, then you can generate a lot of power without having to move your arm all that fast. Now, the way this table's playing, it took a pretty good hit to get 3.5 rails. So even if you get to the 3rd rail, I'm satisfied. And then move your backhand back a little bit so that the tip is here. There you go. No, not your backhand. That's it. Your hand's fine right there. Yep.
Okay.
But and then your backhand should be like straight, kind of straight up and down. Okay, that seems pretty good right there. And then we'll try that a couple times. Now already, just that couple extra inches, and we were able to generate a lot of extra swing, weren't we? Mm-hmm. I think we need to go back another inch.
Okay.
Good shot. And we can also raise the tip up just a little, because if you stopped at 2.5 rail speed, and we want to hit a little firmer, we can actually edge up the cue ball, the cue tip a little bit, because it's not going to be losing much along the way. So, good. That's a good attempt. So, nice. That's perfect length. And then with your back, don't move your front hand, don't move your British, but wiggle the cue up like this so it's a little closer. There. All right. Now, take a few practice strokes and use your full length and do a nice full follow through. Okay. Very clean, by the way. Very clean.
So Carli, do you remember when you move your tip closer to the cue ball, your grip hand has to go back as well?
It's okay. I got it. She's okay. We're just gonna keep hitting it. Go ahead, do it again. I'm watching her stroke. I'm looking for something. I just want to let her hit it a few times. That's really nice. Okay. I think there's two things we can do to get that rest of the power. And power's not easy. Power's not easy. But the first thing is you backed up your bridge, but now you're only bringing it back to here. And I want you to bring it all the way back. I think about it like pinball. When you want the thing to launch further, you pull the thing back further. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's no different. You want that the whole way. And then the trick is to make sure you go all the way through the cue ball. You're doing pretty well with that. But that means that you're trying to send your cue tip like 3 inches past the cue ball. So we're going to take it back. Long bridge, but then we're going to use all the length. And then you just go all the way through the cue ball, and you can generate. I didn't move that fast, and I generated a lot of power. So, same length, same tip, everything's looking good. All the way back, and then all the way through. And you don't have to shoot harder now. Those adjustments, that's the thing, you don't have to hit any harder. Those adjustments will automatically hit harder. So you don't have to change anything other than all the way back, all the way through. Same stroke as before. Yep. Wiggle that tip a little closer to the cue ball. There. And a little higher. Just a little higher. A little higher. There. Because now you're going to take a full length and go all the way through. All the way back. All the way through. There we go. And this is the speed I'm looking for from you. This is really nice. 3 1/4 rails, that's a powerful hit. And did you hit it any harder?
No.
So you didn't use any difference in power, you used difference in length. And that's how you want to control your speed. So beautiful job, beautiful job. That's as much power as I want you to generate today, and I'm very satisfied. So do that a few times, and then just little by little, that was maybe a little high on the tip because it rocked forward, so it developed into a 2. So find the right spot now, just maybe a hair lower than that, but yeah, very nice. Well, that's beautiful. I'm going to have you do 1 or 2 more of those. That's 100% satisfied with that. And that's, how accurately did you strike that? Isn't that beautiful?
I haven't done that in a while.
That's really nice, Carli. I'm super excited for you. Okay, and this is the beginning, So for those of you advanced players that are like, well, this is boring, I'd wait. You don't give up on me yet. Okay? Okay, yeah, there's a slight cut. And now what's interesting is it didn't have quite the same power. Close. It just got to the third rail. And it maybe your tip was just a little low. And so, yeah, a couple more of these. Again, you want to use a very near center hit because you're going to use your power to keep it from generating slide. You don't need to be that low on this shot. Very good shot. So that one you kind of let off. You didn't quite get through the cue ball all the way. Do it again. You're doing fine. You took it all the way back, but then you didn't go 3 inches through the cue. You always have to go 3 inches through. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love it. Yeah, I think if you can get a nice, confident 3 rails where we know from the moment you strike it that it's going 3 rails, that's good. Okay, so now, shake it out. We're going to do the medium speed. So now we're going to send the object ball 2.5 rails and stop. So that means I'll see what adjustments you make. Wow. Pretty nice hit. Okay. Play around with it, see if you can get it 2.5 rails and stop. That was a very good first attempt, by the way. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Pretty good speed, pretty good stop in terms of slide. The accuracy of the strike was a little off. So see if you can hit straight. I know you're never going to be perfect, but you're hitting so nice. You deserve to get a nice straight hit. Okay. Pretty good tip. I mean, reasonable. What adjustment do you need to make with your tip? And why? If we wanted the 14 to come 2 feet shorter. Well, if we want, the higher you go, the firmer, the less, okay, so the closer to a 3. 3 is, if we start with our tip in the very middle, that's a 3. The closer to 3 we are, the less table influence we can allow, so the harder we have to hit. In this case, if you hit it a little firm and it stopped, so if we have to earn permission to take speed off the cue ball by cueing lower and lower. So the softer we hit, the lower we have to go, because the more table influence is going to take us. Yeah. So just lower your tip a little bit, just a little bit lower. And in the beginning, it's confusing, but eventually it just gets to be intuitive. Don't get discouraged. You're just learning. So that was okay. Now this is interesting because you try to lower your tip. You actually raised your tip in order for that ball to stop and that ball to keep traveling an extra 4 feet longer than last time. So when that happens, some people get confused because they're like, "Well, I tried to aim lower." But oftentimes I tell my students, when you're not hitting the cue ball low enough, it's one of 2 reasons. Either you're not aiming low enough on the cue ball, or you're not hitting where you thought you were aiming. And a lot of times, So like for example, suppose somebody's like, well, I'm aiming as low as I can, but they're aiming like where they're gonna miss you. But then when they shoot, they drop their arm, and then their tip comes up. So that's what happens is when you drop your arm, your tip comes up. So on that shot, you try to cue lower, but I'm guessing that you started having extra movement or something. So keep going, and on this one, what I find helps is try to just only let the bottom, like pretend that I'm holding your elbow, only let the bottom of your arm. That's, at least for me, that's what helps when my tip starts coming up, I know I'm dropping my arm. So, yep, medium length, medium low, medium swing. Through the cue ball. And all of a sudden, look at that, it's much, much cleaner. Now that's still, I mean, it's a diamond off by 2.5 rail speed, but that's really nice. A couple more of these. This is one of the most important speeds to learn, Carli, so I want you to really anchor this. Good shot. Okay. And it actually drew back just a little bit. Yep. And then what you can also do is, if you want to hit it a little easier, you can move your bridge hand an inch closer. That'll automatically change your power. So now you can almost go back to where you were in the beginning. Yeah, like now that's perfect length. Yeah. That's really nice. Look at that. Look at how calm that ball moved now. The 14's no longer flying around the table. It's starting to kind of like creaky crawl around the table. One more, and then we're going to go to the fun. Are you guys having fun?
Ryan Harmson wants to say that you came down to the south so you could wear shorts.
Well, I don't know about now that the.
Yeah, it's actually cold here in Texas.
So, well, the funny part is I'm going to be wearing these shorts for days because I have like 4 pairs of jeans and one pair of shorts, and I'm like, I forgot where I was going anyway. So, get used to this outfit. This is so clean. Are these beautiful or what? Like, artistic. Okay, so now we're going to go to what we're going to try to do is keep the 14 from hitting the second rail. So to do that, we're going to have to go really low on the cue ball. And now you can actually shorten it another inch and get really low. I'll give you a little bit more angle. Now that we're down, don't have to worry about a double banking. We can give you a little bit more angle here. So a hair lower than that even. Just a hair lower than that. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Now that developed into about instead of a 3 where it's a perfect slide, it rolled forward just a hair, so it's kind of developed in like a 2.5 where it just had a little. But look at the speed. You did not slam the ball to keep it from rolling. So this is really important. This hit is great. That was a great job. Keep going. Keep going. It was a very good tip. Oh my God, Chris, how did she hit it?
Too good.
I mean, okay, let's hear some shout outs in the chat congratulating Carli. So that's really awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm not even gonna, this is good. So now you've learned that there's a tremendous variety of ways we can make the cue ball stop. We can shoot firm, near center. We can shoot really, really low, a little easier. But in the end, there's So you can either start it with a lot of draw and then let enough time go by to where all the draw wears off. And that means you can hit it easier and let all the draw wear off. Or you can start it really close to center, crisp that ball pretty firm, and not let any follow develop. Does that make sense what we just did?
Yes.
That was awesome. Now, right now, the question is, well, what good is that if we're shooting stop shots? What difference does it make? But I'm going to show you in a minute. It's going to be very, very clear. So, but let me first ask you a question. We played 1 rail speed, 2 rail speed, and 3 rail speed very firm. Suppose we wanted to shoot a stop shot with more distance, like we wanted to shoot a stop shot and bank the 14 up and down from here. One of those 3 options has now been eliminated. And I want you to think about this and answer. Is the 1 rail, the 2 rail, or the 3 rail maneuver? Which of is the soft, the medium, or the firm? Which of those 3 options has been eliminated from here and why? Carli, you're brilliant. I'm like, this is super happy. Like, I'm a super happy person right now. Why has the soft shot eliminated?
Because there's a lot of distance.
Oh, yes, that's so right. So the table influence is going to double. So we have a bit. So here's what I would say. There's a minimum speed limit on every stop shot, depending on how far the distance is. When you're close, it takes less speed. But as you get further and further, the minimum speed limit, you no longer can do the soft hit. Because now if you started at a 6, low, it would still take medium speed. And you'd be starting at a 6, but you drop from a 6 to a 5 to a 4 to a 3, even with medium speed, just because of the distance. And it would take a firm hit that you could start at a medium tip, and you still have to hit firm. So it's like, a 2.5 rail speed. And so anyway, like 2.5 rails is like the softest you can hit this, and that would require the max low. So you completely got that. That was awesome. Okay. So why does this matter? Because when you're shooting a shot straight, like if I was going to pocket this 14 ball and I wanted to stop, it actually does matter. But if you strike it perfectly, it doesn't. You're going to get the same result. I could shoot a soft 6 from here. I could shoot a medium 5 from here, and I could shoot a firm 4 from here. And in all 3 cases, the object ball goes in, and I stop. So from here, you could say it doesn't really make a difference which you pick. You get to decide. Your choice. Now, the best way I think to shoot these is with a pretty low tip and a softer speed, because the pocket plays a little easier, and it's a little bit easier to deliver your cue. Neil Spann did a great video on this, where basically, when you shoot firm, the pocket plays a little tighter, and when you shoot firm, it's hard to deliver a pure stroke. And so you're shooting a little bit less accurate swing at a little bit smaller target. So if you wanted to shoot a stop shot, it's a little bit better to cue pretty low, like a 5.5, and then use a pretty, it's pretty Greek. But anyway, use a softer hit with a little lower tip. That's probably a good way to default. But in theory, I can smash it in and still get the same result.
Mm-hmm.
So, questions for me. I'll take a breath here. Do you have any questions about that, or is that kind of cool?
I'm good.
Okay. So now, where it matters is when we have an angle. Because when we're straight and we shoot a stop shot, we're going to stop here. But when we have a little angle, what happens if I shoot a slide, like a stop shot type of hit, but I'm cutting the 5 ball a little bit? Do you know what happens to the cue ball?
Still gonna go to the left.
It's going to go to the left. And it's going to, have you ever heard of the tangent line or the right angle line?
Yes.
Okay, so you know he's shouted about it, but do you know what that is? I mean, or not? Do you want a quick review?
It's just the 90 degree that it comes
Yeah.
off the ball.
So here's the object ball, and then if you made that a T or a right angle line, my cue ball is going to move towards the middle of the end rail. If it's at a slide. Now, if it develops a forward roll, it's going to go forward to that. If it has backwards, it's going to come back. But we're just going to stay on the slide right now. So then the question is, how fast, if I shoot the 5 on the side with an angle, how fast does it go down the tangent line? So there's a certain amount of energy left. So what basically happens, Carli, is whatever energy I start with on the cue ball times the thickness of hit will end up with what we call the residual energy or the tangent. I call it tangent energy. So for example, if I'm straight, doesn't matter how much power I use, 100% of my speed goes to 5, I'm left with 0%. If I'm shooting a half ball hit, so I'm shooting, my cue ball is only hitting about half the 5 ball. Then if I slide, the 5 ball is going to take half the cue ball's energy, and the cue ball is going to be left with half of its original speed moving down the tangent line. So if I shoot with a medium speed, it slid half the, it had half of its speed left. So I'm sorry, this is a, let me do this one more time. I'm going to shoot with the same speed with a thick hit, a medium hit, and a thin hit. So here's a thick hit, medium speed. Okay, it only went a couple diamonds down. Now I drifted forward a little sloppy. Here's a little bit thinner hit. Okay, and now if I go real thin on the ball, it's going to have a lot of energy left over because I'm losing less energy to the object. So whatever my initial speed is, minus what I'm losing to the object ball. And the thicker I am, the more I lose to the object. So let's just have you do those 3 hits. I don't know, just to kind of get a feel for that. I want you to get a feel for how much speed you're losing to the object ball. In all cases, you're going to basically be trying to shoot a stop shot to the ghost ball. Figure out where the cue ball needs to be, and because you're kind of close to it, and you're shooting with a medium, you're going to use a medium speed, so you don't need to be that low. Just a medium low, medium speed, shoot a stop shot to the ghost ball. Perfect. So the cue ball went down the tangent line, but not very far. Now, do the same shot with a little bit more cut angle. You see it goes a lot further, all the way back to the middle. So it went, instead of going through diamonds, it went all the way to the back and middle. Now, do that same shot from here. And this ball, get ready, this ball's going to travel. It's going to travel. I hope it doesn't miss its transfer during its travel through a snowstorm. Okay, so then of course, you miss whatever. But, okay, so we call that, so basically, you've got whatever energy you lose to the object. So here's what matters. Chris, do you have any of those donuts to mark the table? Thank you. Oh, I see them right there. My dad would tell me if it was a snake, it would have bit me. That's what he always says when I don't see something that's in plain sight. Hey, Dad, I don't think he watches these. Never good enough for you. You wanted me to be a lawyer, didn't you, Dad? Sorry. Okay, so now is where we're going to have some fun. And this is something that so for all you intermediate advanced players that are like kind of bored, I want to tell you where you can learn. Most people have what I call a default tip position when they shoot stop shots or stun shots, meaning they like to hit the cue ball a little bit below center and then use whatever force they need to keep that ball sliding, which oftentimes is too hard. And so you can't just go where you're comfortable with a little bit low and then smash the ball to get it to slide, because on a straight shot, you can get away with it. But on an angled shot, you're going to lose your cue ball down the tangent line too far. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a shot like right here. And this is going to be very difficult, but that's okay. You're rising to every challenge, so there's no reason to slow down now. So Carli, this is the shot line. Where do you think the cue ball would, if I shoot a stun shot to where the cue ball is going to hit the side rail, put this chalk where you think the cue ball is going to hit the side rail with a perfect stun shot. Where do you think the tangent line leads? Okay. So, here's the shot line. Does this look like a right angle from the shot line? It's not quite. That would be a follow shot. So, what do you think? Where's the T? Show me where your cue would make a T with me. Okay, so let's review. This right here is the shot line. The tangent line is going to be at a right angle, 90 degrees. Totally fine. Totally fine. It's going to come right over to here. Do you see the T? Like straight away. That's where and another way to show that, I'm just going to work with you on this for a second so you can see it. So here's the shot line. I want you to walk on over to this side. Now, if you stand where you were down here, you notice that you can see all of the 6 ball, but not the cue ball. Mm-hmm. And then if you stand over here, you can see all of the cue ball, but not all of the 6 ball. Mm-hmm. There's a spot where you can see the edge of both balls. So walk around until you can see the edge of both balls, and that is the tangent line. So that's where the edge of the cue ball is going to travel. So the middle of the cue ball is going to travel to right here. And also, if you look, that's kind of the T actually is maybe like here. So somewhere around there. I mean, I'm not perfect, right? It's something. As I look at it, I think it's going to be a little bit more like there. So here's a stun shot where I go to the rail. Okay. Now I hit a little higher. I might have had a little backspin left and influenced it slightly. So let me just kind of see. I want to make sure I get these set up right. Okay. So I can send my cue ball to different positions. I can send my cue ball to here, or to the rail and all the way back out to here. Which of the 3 shots do you think would accomplish these 3 objectives? Which of the 3 shots you practiced a little bit ago would send it all the way to here? The soft 6, the medium 5, or the firm 4?
I think the firm.
There you go. Okay. So now we can start controlling how far our cue ball goes down the tangent line. And what I'm going to show for the crowd here, because this is where even advanced players make a lot of errors, is that this is not quite a pool table. A sheet of paper is not the same as a pool table. 8.5 by 11. That's a funny looking pool table. Okay.
I actually made the ball in
So this here is the firm 4. This here is the medium 5. And this here is the soft 6. But what happens is something that I kind of call the 20% rule, which is that when you shoot a stun shot, your cue ball is never going to hit exactly where you want. You're always going to be off by a little bit. And I've found that on these stun shots, the further you move the cue ball, the further you're going to be off. And I call it the 20% rule. So suppose we want to move our cue ball 12 inches to where the 4 is. We're not going to land exactly where the 4 is. We're going to be off by 20%, which is 2.5 inches. So we're going to land, if we shot this shot again and again and again and again, we're going to land in a 5-inch circle. Now, if I wanted to go all the way to the rail, now I'm moving it 28 inches, which means I'm going to be off by over 5 inches, almost 6 inches on both sides, which means I'm going to stop somewhere in a 12-foot semicircle. And if I, heaven forbid, I try to bounce out to here, now I'm moving my cue ball 50 inches. I'm going to be off by 10 inches in any direction, which means it's going to stop in a circle like that. So I want the audience to see this. Let's see if I can.
Down just a tad.
It's weird.
There you go.
So my stun. Oh God. Sorry guys.
there.
Okay.
Backwards.
So on this stun shot, do you see how small the first circle is? If I use a soft stun and only travel a little ways, that's like a very small circle. If I try to go all the way to the rail, it's a little bit bigger circle. And if I try to force it to the rail and all the way out, look at how inaccurate my cue ball is going to be. And it makes sense. You can feel it for those players that know. You can see how if I try to soft stun to here, you can see how it's going to be a pretty tight cue ball. Whereas if I try to smash it to the rail and out, you can picture it sometimes coming here, sometimes coming here. You can almost see that circle. It's just not as good of a tool to move the cue ball around. So all this talk, here's what I would summarize. Most players don't know how to hit a soft stun. They don't know how to use a soft 6. And so every time they shoot these stun shots, they're shooting too high, having to shoot too hard to keep their ball sliding. And then they're always overrunning their position or losing their cue ball because their accuracy with their cue ball is just too scattered. So I'm going to try to demonstrate some soft stuns so we can see what a good soft stun looks like. And then I'm going to have you start working on some soft stuns. But see, I should be in a handspan right around here every time. Okay, that's my target. It's like, it should be like a 5-inch circle. So what did I do wrong there, Carly?
Brought your set up.
So either that, or I shot a little too soft and it developed into a roll. I shot a little too soft and it developed into a roll. So yes, either that or my tip wasn't low enough. Good answer. I'll take your answer. Yeah, that had a little draw left on it. It came back just a hair. But that's pretty good. Right on. So somewhere like right in this hand span is kind of what we're looking. We don't want it to smash into the rail. That's all. We want it to creepy crawl. This is a creepy crawl. So that's what I did on mine, where I didn't quite use enough power. You know, so it could be that what you said was just maybe a little lower, but I also think you need a little bit more than that to keep it sliding. I did it once, so if I can do it, you can do it. But I only did it once, so don't know.
Hope I did it again.
All right, Brittany. So what's going on is when you tell yourself soft doesn't. But shout out to Bahama Pete. If he ever watches this, I want to say hi to Bahama Pete. He told me this quote. He said, "Soft doesn't mean soft. Meaning soft doesn't mean weak, decelerating, timid. Soft just means you cue low and then go ahead and use a shorter bridge, cue low, and then go ahead and shoot at the same. Remember when you were hitting hard? You didn't have to hit harder. You just shot longer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you don't have to shoot softer. Just shoot closer." Now, from that bridge, you could go at this ball and still hit it. Correct. No problem. I want you to watch me hit true balls because your brain likes pictures, and so I'm just going to feed your brain a couple pictures. I overdid that a little. I hit it a little firm and it drew back as a result. Not the best. It's okay. That one, it drifted to a 2. It went through the tangent line just a hair. That was a little weak. It was like, so this is not easy. This is surprisingly tricky. That was really good. Now, I hit the full side of the pocket, which is why I didn't go as far. Because I happened to catch it a little thick, and then it stole a little bit of my speed. I'm going to do one more. It's just not quite perfect. I want one perfect. That's perfect right there. Okay. Really nice, really nice. Now that was a medium 5. Perfect shot, perfect stun. We need to lower the tip a little bit more to keep it off the rail, but beautiful shot. It's okay. Good aim. No problem.
Drew that one.
So, yeah, I'm gonna let you shoot a couple more, and then if you struggle after 2 more shots, I've got something that'll make it easier. Hello! Was that the best stun shot she's ever had? That was pretty good. All I had to do was threaten her.
Threats usually work.
Threats, bribes, blackmail. I toggle. I gotta, adapt to my student. So what? Yeah, just a little bit weak. You didn't quite get through the cue ball. Totally fine. Soft doesn't mean soft. You're doing good. That last one was so good.
Use all my power on that one.
Yeah. I guess I have to threaten again. I have to speak your language. Oh!
There we go.
Okay, Carli, that's beyond good. 90% of the people watching could not hit that ball. No offense, but anybody who wants to come to Austin and get action, okay? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, man.
Come back me, it's fine.
Listen, the pool player comes out of me. I try to be the instructor. I try to be the shepherd, but sometimes I gotta look here. Okay, isn't that cool?
Chris, come back me, it's fine.
Now, go ahead and shoot it with a little bit higher tip and a little bit more swing and see if you can get it to bump off the rail again. So now you want to raise your tip a little. Remember, like the medium 4 or the medium 5 or even the firm 6 or the firm 4, medium 5. You want to be somewhere in between there. So lift your tip up a little bit. Get your aim really good so you feel like you're making the ball. Get a little closer to center, and then you're just shooting a medium speed stop shot to that ghost ball now. I'm gonna hit one. I think you don't want to. You just want to lengthen a little bit, and then use the same swing. So that was actually almost like a firm 4. I just lengthened a little bit, and then I was a little bit below center with a little bit longer. Go ahead. No problem.
Speed's good.
Well, she overcut the ball, which made the cue ball travel a little firmer, or a little faster. So center pocket, and then that tells me a little bit closer to center and a little bit longer swing. We want to use that nice long swing that goes 3 inches through the cue ball. Yeah, right there. Get that tip right up to the cue ball. Yep, that's perfect. And just nice and smooth. You don't need to hit it harder now. You just hit it longer. See that? You don't need to hit harder. You just lengthen. Good job. So that's as far as tools go. Do you feel that you've learned anything about how the cue ball works?
Yes.
Do you feel that you've developed your stun shot ability or your stop shot and stun shot abilities?
Yes.
A little bit. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to set up a game situation.
Okay.
I'm going to show you I'm making this up, by the way. This was not on my agenda. This is all impromptu. But let's have some fun. I'm going to put the 9 ball here. I'm going to put the 10 ball here. I'm going to put our cue ball here. And then 8 ball is going to live down here. But I've got to have some blockers to make this fun. So we're going to have a couple solids in play, and those solids are going to be here and here. So, and I want to make sure that we have to go. So, if we were playing 8-ball and we are stripes, what do you think? What would you do here? What do you think the right play is from this position, playing stripes? I don't expect you to answer these. I'm just seeing. I don't want to slow you down.
Normally, I would probably do the 10, the 9, and then the 8.
Okay, perfect. Now, where roughly would you like to be on the 8-ball when you're shooting the 8-ball?
Somewhere.
Thank you. Great answer. Great answer. Yeah, I would say there's like a triangle like this, and if you're inside this triangle, you did your job. Now, where would you want to be on the 9-ball to be able to send the cue ball into that zone? Okay, so this is interesting. That's not a terrible answer. Your tip's kind of moving. I don't know if you want to be over here. But if you're straight on the 9, you've got a problem. What's your problem if you're straight on the 9? Suppose I make the 10 stop right here. What's my problem?
It's gonna stop here. It's gonna be.
Yeah, I can't get to the left. I need to be on this side of the shot line.
Mm-hmm.
But if I get thin on the 9, what's my problem?
You're gonna run into the 7.
Well, if I stun it though, I'll still follow the tangent line. So what's wrong? Why can't I just shoot a stun
It's
shot?
gonna bounce off the rail too fast, and it's
The
gonna.
minimum speed limit required to pocket this ball and keep sliding on the cue ball is going to send my cue ball all the way back up table. So that means that there's a range that I have. And if I were to end up here on this 9-ball, I'm pretty full. So I would have to shoot a firm 4. If I get a little bit thinner on the 9-ball, I might have to hit like a medium 5 or even a soft 6. And then once I get too thin, I can't do it. So that means I need to be a little bit over here. So I've got like a hand span from here to here. Now, I'm straight on the 10, so how do I get the cue ball to move over if I'm straight? Yeah, go walk around and look at it. If I could shoot the 10 straight in and pocket and stop, but then I'm not going to get an angle on the 9. I just want to wiggle over a little. So what can I do to make it just wiggle over a little? Instead of aiming it straight, we're going to cut it just a little bit, but not much, just a little to let it drift just a little. Now, we don't want it to come drawing back to here, but we don't want it to roll through and end up on the rail. Because if we're on the rail, how are we going to hit below center? So I'm going to try it once, and then you're going to try this. We're just going to have some fun. I just want it to wiggle over like 1 to 3 cue balls. So I'm going to cut it ever so slightly. Now, how low do I need to be to shoot a stop shot from here?
Pretty low.
Okay. It's very close to the ball, so the table's going to have a very small influence. There's not much time. The closer you are, remember when we were shooting that long stop shot? We talked about how we had to hit harder and lower. Mm-hmm. But when you're close to the ball, it's just not going to, the table's not going to have time to influence the cue ball. So I don't need to be very low on this ball. Okay, this seems pretty nice. Now, if I run out of slide, if I develop roll, I hit the 7. And if I have draw, I'm going to come back towards the 8. So this has to be a really well hit, like a perfect slide. Trying to see if I can do something fancy on the 8, but the 2 rails blocked. I don't know. I'll have to, I always try something.
You can do it.
Yeah, this is a double kiss on the 2-railer. This is no fun.
About the one pocket back to the opposite corner.
I can't beat the tip. I have to do the effort off the tip. Let's see if I can, I'll just try to see if I can do the old Z out of the kitchen, like the old days when you have to shoot from the kitchen.
Okay,
You gotta be
Florian, I
kidding
see
me.
you.
Wow!
Okay, I'm sorry. I always got to try something, you know. All right.
Somebody call Florian. You might give him a run for his money.
No, that man. That is a bad man right there. Okay. So you don't have to cut it much. Just cut it just a little, and then just a little below center, a little cut, and a little pop. I'm sorry. I'm a control freak. Go ahead.
You're good.
Hit the balls. I gotta loosen up. I know. I'm doing it again.
It's fine.
Okay. That's like that joke. I like that joke. Chris, knock knock.
Who's there?
Control freak. Okay, now I'm gonna need you to say control freak. So, what went wrong?
I think I hit too far up top.
Yes. So, and I would say a little weak, so it developed roll. So on this one, you want it to slide. That also means you cut it too much, because if you want to shoot it firmer, you don't want it to jet down table. So aim it. You don't want to cut it. You don't want to cut it to here. You want to just cut it just a little. So you just want to cut it just a little. So almost full, and then go ahead and pop it in with just a twist below center, just a hair below center, and then almost full, and then just cut it just a slight and just kind of medium pop. Okay, that'll work. So now, what we want to do here, if anything, you're in danger of not moving far enough because you're a little thick on the ball. So now you're going to want to cut it to here to kind of create a little extra energy. And then a nice medium firm, tip below center. Yeah. And this isn't really harder, it's just long. Bridge off that rail. Yeah, show me that rail bridge. That's right. Nice full swing, hair below center. Time it in! Okay, so what can be done can be overdone. You overcut the ball because you were trying to create the movement. So I'm going to put you back where you were. Go ahead and instead of aiming it here, I said not the center, but you can't go all the way to here. Just wiggle it over just a little. And then just a hair lower, Carly. I just feel like you want to be just a hair lower. Yep, that's right. Nice and smooth. 3 inches. Okay. So this is what we call steering. Steering is when you're trying to get the cue ball to go somewhere that you don't think it'll go. You're trying to steer the ball. And I'm going to show you the right hit from here. This is kind of where you were, just about here, like a little thick. So I have to aim this ball to pocket the ball with a firm speed because I'm losing almost all my speed. Now I didn't get all the way down, but if you got there in a game, you'd be satisfied. So you need just don't miss the shot. Let's go back to a nice pop. As long as you use a firm four, you're going to get there. Okay. So you were a little full, but even from this full, as long as you don't aim it straight, like just let's go back to the center of the pocket with a firm four.
Bingo.
Okay. Now I'm gonna have you shoot this shot a few times from a few different spots so that you kind of have a game plan when you get here. So now we're gonna put you a little bit thinner on the ball, and say you were to wiggle over to here. Now you're gonna want to shoot very low so that you can use a medium speed and you just can't let it develop roll and end up hitting that 7. So now you want to lower your tip quite a bit and then use a medium speed. Confident, you just stop shots. And again, I think it's okay. Pocket the ball. Just pocket the ball. Pretty good tip. Okay. Everything consistent. You're overcutting this ball. You just gotta. A lot of times, people will tell me this is normal. They'll say it's hard to make the ball because I'm so worried about my swing and tip. And so I'm going to tell you a secret. On every shot, there's aim, tip, and swing speed. And that's too many things to juggle at the same time. So the way you do it is you don't do it all at the same time. You do it in a certain order. And the way it works is the first thing you do is you get your aim and tip. Aim and tip, aim and tip, aim and tip. So when you get down, you get your aim dead center, and you get your tip low. And you check your aim and your tip, and your aim and your tip, and your aim and your tip. And you ask yourself, does my tip look low? Does my aim look dead center? Does everything look right there? And then once that's all right, then you deliver do it all at the same time. Just work on your aim tip, aim tip. Get your aim and tip to where you feel like if I walked around behind you and hit the back of your cue, that would work. You want to feel like if I walked behind you and hit the back of your cue, it's good to go. So you tell me when you get your aim and tip to where you think I could hit the back of the cue ball and it's going to go. I think you need to be a bit lower. Okay, so lower. Okay, now take a few practice strokes. You feel like that's going to go in?
Mm-hmm.
Your tip's low. Okay, now all you worry about is a nice swing. Okay, so either a little weak or a little bit high. That's okay. I love the way you locked it in though, and then that's how you do it. You lock in the aim and tip, and then you deliver a nice stroke. So a little bit lower from here because you're going to be a little bit softer. I'm sorry, that was probably the right speed, not softer, but that because you're shooting at that speed, you need to be a little bit lower. Pretty low on this shot, center pocket. Pretty low center pocket, and then once you feel connected, use a nice confidence. Hey-oh, isn't that pretty? I mean, that's just a thing of beauty.
It just floats.
Yeah, it's like the balloons in it. Anyway, sorry.
It'll float too, it's okay.
Yeah, we all float here. Okay, anyway. I'm going to do it, you're going to do it. This is fun. All right, so. I could have gone a little further, but that's okay. Now I've got my two-reeler. I needed shape for my two-reeler. I don't know how this table is going to go. Or rather, okay, go ahead.
Must be the table.
The wind took it. That was pretty cool. Okay. Now, do you have enough angle here? It's going to be possible but challenging. This one, you have to aim this one. This is going to be tough because you do have to cut this one a little bit to where my finger is. And then you're going to have to use a nice full swing with just the twist below center. So it's a little bit straight, but it can be done, but it's not. So really get connected on your aim. Make sure you're not doing the thing where you cut the point. Make the ball a little bit low. Make the ball a little bit low. And then once you get it all connected, use a nice smooth medium swing. It's tough. From there, it was a flat angle, and so it's doable, but it would take a pretty firm hit to get the thing down table. So, not a problem. That's why we're doing this. Because we can talk about shots if we set up one shot, but this is kind of like gameplay. This is how the game actually gets played, where you learn how to like wiggle these things together. Okay. No problem. Our target is kind of from here to here. So you want to aim thick enough at the 10 that you don't want to aim straight at the 10 so it stops, but you want to aim thick enough that you can shoot this with like a pop and not like let it develop. So you're aiming it fairly thick and kind of popping it over 2 to 4 inches. Perfect. Love it. Now here, you probably want to go max low. You don't want this thing to roll into the 7, so you want to kind of go max low here. and then shoot a medium. Yeah, max low, medium flow. Okay, so that was probably a firm 4. Set that up where it was. You want to go max low so that you can shoot. Yeah, like this. You want to go max low on this one, so you can use a medium speed. That was a firm speed. You want to use half that speed, so you got to go twice as low. No problem. When the rubber hits the road, get your aim and tip, and then just shoot a stop shot. No sweat. That's a good tip. That means you overcut it and still didn't lose your cue ball. So, yeah. I'm just going to have you shoot this shot a bunch of times. I want you to get like where you kind of feel like you know how to hit it from different spots. So let's just have some fun with this for a little bit.
There we go.
Isn't that nice? Okay. Try it from a different spot. This is totally normal. When people first start playing cue ball position, they start missing a lot of balls because they're really thinking about the cue ball and trying to make the cue ball go where they want it to go. This one, you always have to aim this ball in the middle. So here, just aim it in the middle and really commit. Middle of the pocket, a little bit below center. Middle of the pocket, a little bit below center, and then use a nice smooth swing. You can get it. You can't sacrifice. You can't give up the shot to make the cue ball. Probably too low. You're going to be hitting this with a nice full swing because you're full on it. So just a little bit low. Yeah, like a 1 tip low. Nice middle of the pocket. Maybe just a little lower than that. That was a good speed. A little lower than that. Starting to drift forward. It's okay. Just practicing. That's it. We're just practicing. I think this. There we go. That's a good angle. I like that you're pocketing the ball. I'm not joking. I'm not joking at all. That's seriously. I think your tip and aim are good. I think you're just not quite going through the cue ball. Stay down and go all the way through the cue. Same shot exactly. Everything the same as you just did. And then just stay down and deliver all the way through the cue ball. Good shot. That was a good shot. There. That's a winner. Do a few more of these. You pick your spot. Pick the spot you want to work on. I like that you used a softer speed because you were thinner. You had to use a softer speed, which means you have to get it really low. That was very, very tough where you set it up. Like this is about as tough as you can be on the ball. You want to use like max low on this ball, and then yeah, that way. And the funny part is that it's hard because you have to like look at your cut angle and then think about your speed and then get your tip low and then get your aim and tip, and then at the end of the day, once you've done all that, then you just shoot a stop shot to the goal. After you've done all that, then you just try to slide on over. So get your aim and tip and Get your low and think about the speed. Aim and tip, aim and tip, aim and tip, and then just try to slide it. Very nice. Very nice, Carli. All right, pick another spot. And then you want to be further from the rail so you can hit below center. There you go. Try from there. Perfect. Oh, Chris, you missed it. Best shot of the day. Isn't that fun?
Yes.
Okay, from the top. Now, I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, but at least you have a plan. You know, you're starting to develop a feel for the different angles. And, yeah. Yeah, it probably got away from you. It's probably not doable from here. In a game, you'd probably roll the ball now because it's too thin to hit below center. So now you would use a roll, try to hit the 7 and float through the 7. It's going to be a little dicey. So totally fine. But this one, again, you want to hit this one fairly full so that you crawl. You want to rock, not roll. Rock, not roll. You missed a great, great shot, Chris. I'm telling you. I hope the cameras were rolling for that one.
Check it back on the replay.
That's nice. Ooh, baby. Now make sure you do just what you did before because Chris is watching.
I know he's in here. It's a little nerve-wracking.
I know. I try to put the pressure on. Don't worry about how many people are watching right now, Chris?
Let's see. I don't know what the exact number is going to be, but at least on YouTube there are 88.
Okay, don't worry about the 88 people, Carli. Don't even let that cross your mind.
Never played in front of that many people.
88, man. We're going back to the future. We got the flux capacitor activated. Okay.
God, I don't.
All right, you get to shoot the 8 in. You're inside the second diamond. You're on the edge of the triangle. After all that.
I know.
Now that 8 balls look so tough. Right there on that rail. All I can picture is that ball going into the end rail and going bobble bobble. Sorry, go ahead.
You're fine.
Okay, don't mind me. Sorry. Carli, I'm gonna toughen you up, kid. I'm gonna toughen you up, man. This is what boot camp's about.
That was fun.
Good. Run it back. Do it again. Now I got a question. Do you think you could have run these 3 balls out yesterday?
No.
Yeah. Not. It would have been a little bit fluky if you did.
Knowing how I probably would have done it, I probably would have hit this one wrong, and I more than likely would have just let the cue ball here.
Yeah.
I
That's
would
that's.
have tried to move it.
Yep. 100%. So I just want you to know you're a different player than you were an hour ago. That's it.
Thanks.
Cool. Totally fine. We're going to do this a few more times. I want you to start feeling like nobody's going to get this 100%. It's It's possible I might mess this up. So, I'm just kidding. So, no, nobody's going to be 100%. But do it a few more times. I'm going to excuse myself for 1 second. Go ahead, just run through it a couple of times. Have some fun. Get a little rhythm. Get a little attitude. We need some swagger.
I'm just here to help set up the pulse. Very nice.
You're not gonna drop the cue, are you?
Hmm?
You're not gonna drop the cue, are you?
Might.
Oh no!
Hey, at least we avoided the scratch. Good job. So remember, what he's showing you, as far as I'm concerned, is what I told you about how you start hitting a little bit firmer.
Just the baby.
You're like pretty flat on this one, so this is going to be a little bit below center, and you have to punch it if you want the cue ball to come down.
It's okay.
That works.
You tickled it. You tickled it. But you didn't smash it. You get to shoot the 8. You get to shoot the 8. I won't say anything. Good. Again.
Very nice.
This is amazing. You hit that. I didn't know if you could get by the 7 because it took such a good low hit, and it took that same speed that you just used. You
I think
couldn't.
I dusted the skirt off a bit.
If you didn't hit it, if you hit it any softer than that, it would have developed roll. But if you hit it any harder than that, it would have come back up table. So that was like the only way you could hit that ball. So far, she's made every one of these 8 balls. Yeah, she's pretty good at this shot. I can't. I'm telling you, man. Isn't this pretty? Isn't this cool, Carly?
Yes.
I'll let you do it one more time, and then we're gonna have some fun.
Okay.
Like this is. I mean, I'm having fun, but like, and we're not gonna add much to this because this is kind of like as much as we're gonna absorb in one sesh. But like, we'll have some fun playing around with this. Oh, that's so good. Look at that. This is perfect.
Beautiful.
I don't know what to say. That's really cool. So, one thing that I want you to notice is that all these angles are fairly full. So there's, like I said, there's a minimum speed limit to keep your slide. And as you get thinner, it just starts getting to be like if you could already see that last rack one run ago when you got here, you got to hit a really good shot to like keep it sliding. And if you got any thinner like this, you're just not going to be able to hold it because the amount of speed needed to keep a slide is too much for this angle. So when I talk about stun shots, like stop shots, work when you're straight. And stun shots work well when you're fairly full, from very full to medium full. But once you get a little bit thin, stun shots are just going to leave the cue ball flying too far. So once you get thinner, that's what I try to, so when you're full, you can either slide or roll. But when you get thinner, I just try to roll because that roll shot is the only one that you can hit with a soft speed. So when I play my patterns, you can't really stun the ball from thin angles. I just want you to understand that because the speed requirements are just too high. So let's have some fun. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to play a series of 4-ball runs. We're going to play Scotch doubles. And we're going to run 4 balls randomly. They're just going to throw the 4 balls out like this. And we're going to see how to put these shots together using stuns and rolls. Stuns and rolls. So, you're going to be the one shooting the 8 ball. So there's a couple cool options. But I'm just going to look at the pattern and I'll see if we can't find a way to use stuns and rolls. And I'm thinking like there's a few options, but one option that looks pretty reasonable is if I shot the 7 and got you, I don't want to put you straight on the 3, but if I could get you just a little bit to where you can kind of roll and kind of drift this way, then I can roll the 6 and drift this way. Okay. So the question is, what tool do you think? Look at where I want to be. I don't want to be straight, do I? That wouldn't how you get me on the 6, right? But I don't want to be super thin like this either, right? So you see like the areas like kind of like just a little bit out here, right? So how do I get, if I'm shooting the 7, is this a roll or a stun you think that I want to use to come out this way? Like, you think I suppose you don't really know where the tangent line goes because you're still fuzzy on that. So the question is, so I'm just going to walk you through it. It's too much. The shot along the rail, the tangent line is always going to come perpendicular. So here's the tangent line. So I'm going to have to put my cue ball out here somewhere. And if I roll this ball, it's going to go forward of that tangent line. So I'm going to want to slide this ball so it slides the tangent line a little bit. And I'm giving it a little cut because I don't think you want to shoot off the rail. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of a cut so that I drift just a little off the rail. Now I may have left you a little bit too much cut, but it's okay. Just try to make this 3 roll, just try to roll the 3 in. It's okay. We're gonna do another one. Don't worry about it. That was I left it a little bit thinner than I wanted to, so we'll do another one. Oh, this is fun. This is a fun one. Okay. So, a couple reasonable patterns, but I think starting with the 6 and then coming up maybe for the 3 or the 1, hopefully the 3 ball, but it's a little tough. We're going to find out. So, here, the shot line goes this way, Carli, right, on the 6. So the tangent line would come into the rail, and here's the tangent line. You see that? If I stun the ball, the cue ball is going to come that direction. I want it to go more this way, so I'm going to use a roll so that it goes through the tangent line a little bit. And I'm just explaining, you don't have to understand it all. I'm just planting seeds for the future. Okay. Now, it's a little tough on the 3, so why don't you shoot a shot on the 1? Can you shoot me a stop shot, though? I don't want to end up down here, so show me that nice stop shot. Beautiful.
Nice.
All right. Now here, the tangent line, here's the shot line. So the tangent line leads this way, and I don't want that line. So I'm going to let it roll so that it goes all the way to the end rail and back out. So it's going to go forward to that tangent line because it's going to be a rolling ball.
Hey!
Okay, we're going to go to stripes. They happen to go to stripes. Let's see. 8 ball. All right. Park in the middle of the end rail. Give us something tough. Okay. No go. So the 8 ball is pretty easy. So let's see here. How do I want to do this with you? Let's maybe I shoot the 9. I want to make sure you can reach the 10. I've got a plan. I'm going to see if I can't leave you some type of stun shot. I might not. I'm going to try. Okay, so now I want you to see this. The tangent line, here's the shot line. So here's the shot line, goes this way. So the right angle comes right here. If you roll this, now here's, okay, so that's where the cue ball is going with the stun. If you roll it, it's going to go through the ball and hit higher, like this. Now the ideal positional zone, I don't really want to be thinner than about here. So I don't want to be on that half the table. Okay. If you were to roll the ball, it's going to hit here and bounce straight across. If you stun the ball, it's going to come here and out this way. You with me? Mm-hmm. Now if you stun the ball firm, it's going to come on this line, but it's going to end up over here. So this is where you dig in low and use a confident speed where you want to slide it, but you want to slide it to where it comes to here. Okay. So this is that low tip, medium confident, still a confident speed. Little weak, so that was not a confident speed, and then it picked up roll. So let's have you do that one again, because this is exactly where you need to work. So I want you to shoot that one again. I don't think you were stretched before. Sorry about that. Okay, there you go. Can you reach that better? Okay. Center pocket, low tip, and this time you can go ahead and hit it the way you need to slide. Keep your slide. Keep your slide. Okay, and that would actually work. A little long, but that would actually work. And just for fun, I want you to shoot me a stun shot, a perfect stun shot. Hit that 10 ball. See if you can slide into that 10 ball. Low tip, confident swing. Don't lose your slide. Go through this ball. Low tip, nice swing. And you don't need to be max low, just medium low. Medium low, because you're shooting it with good speed. Okay, it's okay. Try again.
You got a stop shot.
That was the right speed, but now you got to get the aim first. You always got to get the aim and tip first, and then we'll hit that. It's okay. No rush. We're gonna do one more. One more. Oh, that's too many balls. Where's the this is the ball importantly? Alright, let's just take down this 10. Okay. This is fun. Perfect. It's almost too easy. This is 2 roll shots, stun, and two roll shots and stun. I'm gonna roll forward to the 9, leaving you a little angle. Probably left too straight, but that's okay. Okay. So now, just for fun, in the game, we'd actually use high ball and come this way. But what I want you to try to do is use a firm 4 so that your cue ball stuns to this rail and all the way up to where my hand is. So you want to get it a good 6 to 12 inches off this end rail. So if you hit it easy, it's going to roll forward. If you hit it medium, it's going to freeze on the rail. So I want you to shoot center pocket with a nice medium 4 and come all the way out to there. That's right, nice and long. Hair below center, tip below center, nice and long swing. That's right. And then you can just go through it. Okay, it developed a partial roll forward, but not enough to where it was a serious problem here. All right, do your best. Last shot of the day. She'll remember this for years. Oh, nice shot. All right, so Carli, take a deep breath. Now, as of right now, if I turned her loose, okay, if I turned her loose in the pool world, she has enough information to kind of get herself into trouble. She's developed some new skills. She's developed the ability to strike lower on the cue ball. She's developed the ability to use more length to generate power, so she can generate more power when she needs to keep her slide. And she started to develop an understanding of how to mix the tip and the speed, depending on the thickness of hit. Now, in gameplay, it's complicated, and there's so much going on, and she's still new to these tools. If I turned her loose at League, I don't know that it's going to transform her game yet. But that's okay. I got 3 days here. There's a limit to how much you can do in one session. This is as far as I think I can take somebody in one session. But what I'd like to do, if it's okay, is if we did that for a couple days, we can start making it more comfortable, more confident, and see more and more opportunities to use it in games, to where it's, instead of being like, hey, I made it work in that one run in the practice table, but to all of a sudden where it starts coming out more and more, where you actually recognize it in games and can use it in games more and more. That's where I'd like to get you by day 3. Good job, everybody. Seriously, was that amazing or what?
Everybody light up the chat. Give Carli a round of applause. It's her first time being on a live stream, so you can pretty much imagine how nerve-wracking that must be.
I'm not joking.
And she did a wonderful job.
I never false praise anybody. That was awesome. I'm inspired.
Thanks.
So, are you going to go to League now?
Yeah, what time is
It
it?
is 6 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay. So I think we're going to do just a small break right here. I'm going to give you all the intermission layout here, and we'll be right back, I think, for some Scotch double straight pull.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody. Well, I hope everybody was able to enjoy that lesson. Obviously, learn the benefits and the power of stopping the cue ball, which in turn, if it's an angled shot, it ends up causing you to stun the cue ball. And you have an idea that a rolling cue ball kind of goes above the tangent line and a drawing cue ball goes below the tangent line.
And being able to keep your slide at different cue speeds so that you're not always defaulting to one tip below center with a firm speed. You have to learn to dig deeper on the cue ball so you can stop and stun your ball with softer speeds. And the way to do that is by practicing those first three hits. I want to, even advanced players can really benefit by practicing the 1, 2, and 3 rail stop shot. And then turning that at angles so that you have soft stuns, medium stuns, and firm stuns. That's big, yeah.
Okay. And like I said before, what we have up next is we're going to do some Scotch double straight pull. So let's see what kind of high run Demetrius and I can put together.
Yeah. And I want to shout out to Nate Tam. I hear Nate Tam's in the chat. All right, my man. I've been watching your videos. You've been doing a great job, man. Good stuff. All right, Chris. Let's have some fun, my man.
Actually, before you get started, I want to do something. And that is, we're going to go ahead and switch to this. So let me turn off my face cam.
Oh, yeah.
And I have a program that I wrote that helps keep score. So we're actually going to see what our average is going to be when this is all said and done.
Okay.
So, yeah, let's get it going.
Boy, now I got all the pressure on. Not only do we have an audience, but now we're keeping averages. Okay, fair enough. Okay, could have been worse.
Okay, well,
either high ball or low ball. I think high ball seems reasonable. Float over, maybe with the 6 to the side or something like that. I mean, I don't know.
yeah, I'm going to bump it to the 15.
Yep,
And the
yep.
question is, am I going to follow through to about right here is what you're talking about.
Yeah, something like that. I don't see anything better. That's a good shot right there. Great shot.
6 ball's a good break ball, though.
Oh, well, we got a lot of work to do before that in play. And you got always, stage one is always getting control of the table. Once you get control of the table, then you can start worrying about this. The 8's a good break ball, but we got to get on maybe the 12. Got to get into these balls. Are you on the 12?
I am.
Okay. And I would draw this out of there too. Nice smooth draw stroke, double billiard off the 15-5 and float back. Perfect speed. A lot of people overhit that. That was the right speed. Now, if we almost got unlucky in terms of the spread here because we didn't really get a shot. But I think this combo, there's a few combos that might be on. And if I can get this 315, that's a good one because then we have the 2 as a break.
I do see some questions in the chat, but we'll have a Q&A session before we end the stream.
I'm just going to push a little. So it's a little bit thinner than it looks, but okay. And then I don't want to baby this one. These combos work better when they're crisp a little bit, so I'm going to let my cue ball go Z and around the 10 and do like the Jason Shaw shape shot. We got the 8 ball. I figured we'd have the 8. Good. All right.
Shot.
So the 2s are break. We got some congestion still to deal with, but okay. So let's make a plan here real quick. Should we stop on the 8 and then get the 10 out of here while we're here, or what's our plan? How are we going to get into these balls? I don't really want to shoot the 4-9. Ideally,
That's why I was wondering, do you want me to try to roll you onto the rail for the 9 and we have to come back up for the 10?
I don't think the 9 goes. Yeah, we're going to have to get better than that.
From here?
I don't think so. I don't think we're ever going to get to where. I mean, boy, that's a small target to hit.
Or do you want to go from the 10 and come back down here and try to work our way into those balls?
I think. How about this? I've got an idea. What if you float one rail out to here and I shoot the 10 and come sweep down into them? It's hard not to get a shot. I kind of like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so just float to the rail out a little bit, leave a little angle. And I'm not committed to that plan, so if I don't like my angle, or if we happen to get perfect on the combo or on the 14-5 or something, but from here I kind of like that plan. If I can sweep into the 4 ball some which way, good things are probably going to happen for us. Because everything goes in that corner.
Oh, how do you thread the needle? Wow.
Well, we didn't get hooked, did we?
No.
And if you wanted to, I mean the 9 balls, I don't like the 9 ball. How did I get through there? Well, okay. I don't know, man. I mean, that shot, okay, so here's my thinking. Even if you shoot that in, it's still a little tricky. I don't think it's worth the risk right now. I think you're better off either shooting the 7 or the 3. But maybe I'm wrong. Otherwise, what about
looking at the 9?
No, what about the 5 on the side? 5 on the side is the shot. You're just going to pop into the 4. So whatever tip and speed you like, I would just go all in and try to make the 5 like it was a money ball.
Okay.
I like that better. I didn't see that. That's perfect speed. Perfect speed. All right, so now we've got our break balls, the 2. We need a good key ball. It's not the 4 ball. I've got to shoot the 9 now. The 4 leads to the 14. So if we could go like 9, 3, and then maybe the 11.
Is this a key ball?
I think the 7. I think the 7 is. I think we go 9, 3, follow forward 11, come out for the 14, the 4, 14, and then either, depending on where we get, we're going to leave ourselves an angle to either come 1 or 2 rails around the 2.
Okay.
And I don't want to be straight, but you can either lay me on the end rail or keep me a little angle by either come short or foul past the shot line. Obviously, I know it's obvious. I think you can slow roll this in and hold an angle.
do you want to be on the rail?
I think it's better to just slow roll it in and keep you like above the
Okay.
shot line. That's what I do. I just lay it in. And there's one other idea that I didn't even consider. We could use the 14 just because we have such a good key ball for it. So I'm just double checking. See, I like the 2 better though. And I think we can get on the 2. So I'm going back to our original plan. So I'm going to try to come 2 rails out, wide part of the positional zone, all that good stuff. I got you a little bit back. So that's now it's maybe okay, here's what I like here. I like rolling. If you roll this in, can you get to the side rail or no? Or is it going in the corner?
No, I can avoid the scratch and get to the side rail.
Okay. Well, it's a little touchy. Okay, just stun it 1 rail out. I've got the 2 or the 14. Get me on the 2 or the 14. We got both are workable break balls. So now we just got to recover. I came a little shy on that.
Whoops. I didn't think my spin was going to take that hard.
Okay. Let me just make a plan. So the reason that got tough is those side pockets are really bad for cue ball control because there's no side rail that you can go into to control the spin. If I had enough to get into the side rail, rolling the ball with a dip inside is a really good positional play, but that corner was almost in play. So here I can either butt roll the 2, or if I shoot the 14, it's just a tough shot and tough cue ball control and a tough shot. Okay, not the best. Yeah, tough.
Okay, so that's a 12.
All right. All right.
So that was my fault on the transition there.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's a funny game. There's gonna be lots of mistakes, so we don't need to worry about it. There's gonna be plenty more. Just, Don't hook them. Well, not ideal. You might have a ghost shot on the 7, off the 13. I'm just saying. Because it's either that or maybe the bank. I mean, of course the 14 goes on the table, but I don't know if that's any easier than the bank. You know what I mean? But I just want to look at this ghost shot. It's close. I don't really love it. I think the bank is right. What do you think? You're the one shooting it. You see anything better?
Even if I bank the 7, I'm running into the 13, and I don't know if you're going to have a shot at the 3.
That's true, but that's if you roll it. You can draw it, or you can, I don't know. You're right. It's kind of a funny shot, and you don't even have to draw it like you're going to draw it all the way back. You can draw it enough to where it hits the 13 and just drifts. That's what I think I do. I wouldn't try to draw it. I would just try to fudge the tangent line and pop it in a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try to call the 7 here in the corner.
Yep. Okay, tough shot. Try again. 1. I'll let you drag it. All right. Make a little adjustment up where I'm breaking these. All right.
I'm inclined to leave that alone.
What about shooting? I don't know about shooting the 2 and drifting into the 8 right now. That's an idea. Let's see. I mean, otherwise, if we shot the 12, I'm going to be on the rail shooting the 13. It's kind of weird. I like that. With that ball hanging training, it's hard to worry too much. I think you shoot the 2 and drift, float it to that 8, kind of tickle around a little bit.
Float it to the 8.
I think so.
I got to roll through the tangent
Yeah,
line
you
just
can.
after the lesson you just did.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. And it's hard to worry about a shot because it's pretty hard to get hooked. I mean, it's possible we could have gotten hooked there, but so we're still in that phase 1, get control of the table. So I don't really worry about patterns until I can get control of the table. Okay, are we on the 9?
We are, and not anymore.
Okay, no problem. What about the 8's no good? It's a little finicky. I don't know, maybe the 8 is good. Can you make the 8 with a tip of left?
Yes.
I think the cue ball with some left is going to hit the 10, come to the rail, and it might even spin into the 3-6. So I think you just use some high left and just try to make the ball. Not bad. We tickled them around pretty good. Okay, so now's when we have control of the table. This is the first time we've really been like where we get to make decisions. Obviously, we have to break these balls open. I could try it now off the 9. It's a little funny, but what's nice is it might be okay. But so otherwise, how do we open them really? I mean, I could drag around. 15 might be good to have as a backup as a break ball. I'm going to try to tickle them now. If I hit the low side, we might get the 13. I want to hit the high side, maybe get the 7, 11 if I get fortunate. I don't know. It's tough. If I can just tickle them a little. That felt good. And now I think we can either shoot the 3 or the 11, I think. The 3 might be good. What do you think? Draw into the 6 or draw into the 6-5 even? I don't know. Because then if you draw into the 6-5, then I might have the 11 at the side or something. Yep. I kind of like that. The other thing about that draw is it made sure that the 6 didn't go into the 13, which is nice. I might pivot just because I'm not thrilled with shooting these over a ball and going floating out of control. I can also pick off the combo, so I'm just feeling things out. It's a little nippy from here, but it's not bad, and it opens things up. I mean, I kind of lost the position a little bit, but I had to make that ball.
Yep.
And we don't need to break those. If we get straight on the 12, we can shoot the 10 over here and everything goes. So maybe you shoot the 4, float me to the rail, and get me straight on the 12. And then I can get on the 10, and then we can open everything up. So of course, I gotta have to stop you. I can't play anything finicky, like try to punch forward. But if I stop you, I'm gonna leave you an angle where you're gonna float to the end rail, and maybe I can play one of those 2 balls on the table. If we really need to, we can always come off with a 6, I guess. Maybe that's too full, but you can decide. You're shooting it. I think what I would do is just try to elevate just a little so you don't get a full roll. I'll just try to pop
here.
Yeah, just try to pop me a little bit, and I'll shoot the 7. That's a beautiful pull shot right there.
Thank you.
The people on the audience has to get 2 balls better to understand how well you hit that. I'm trying to sound like I'm trying to channel Earl. That's like something Earl would say. I'm trying to figure out if the 5's a better break ball than the 15.
I like the 5
It's
ball.
much easier to get on the 5. So then if we wanted to do that, I can't shoot the 7 because then we're going into the 5. So then I'd have to shoot the 11, which is totally fine. Is that? Nope.
Oh.
Just teasing. Okay.
Yep. Okay,
So you gotta shoot the 6, and I like using the high ball and coming all the way back out for either the 7 or 50 next.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't be flirting with these sides. Maybe I have to outside, whatever. You know. Good. Now we need to make sure we can hit our target on the 5 ball. Of course, we're not committed to it yet, but let's see. I'm on a little bit in between. If I shoot this 15, here you can roll to the end 1, 2 rails, or you can draw back. That seems right. I just gotta make it 15. Oh boy. Really hitting it poorly. Ooh. Hitting it poorly, Chris. All right. Now here, I don't use a stun. I use a rolling ball with some right and just come follow down through it and then twist back. You know, try to lay me on that rail.
That's my mistake.
It's okay. You might have been steering a little. So what I think happens on that shot is you're afraid of going through the tangent line too much, hitting too low, and not getting back. So what I like to do, and I'm never going to set them up the way they just were, but if this ball was, say, something like this, and you had an angle where, like, you felt that you were, like, sinking through it a little bit too much, but you can actually go through it all the way and just spin it back for 2 reasons. One, you use a lot of right spin, and 2, the speed required will slide you along the tangent line. And now you actually hit that full, and I still was able to twist it back okay.
And I mean, that is essentially what I thought I was trying to do. I just missed the check.
Oh,
that happens. Are practice swinging?
Yeah. No sweat, no sweat. I'm not worried about it. I'll never get it where, and I'll never get it where it was either.
This ball was out here somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was more like out here, and then I'll set it up kind of where I thought you were at. It was a little funny. It was a little full to where it felt like you could drift too deep. And so a lot of people overcut this, trying to make sure the cue ball glances enough. But with a nice full hit, or with a nice full swing, and some spinning right, you can follow this all the way.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Yep. Okay. And this is one where I differ with Tor Lowry. So for people that watch Tor, he's a center ball guy where he would try to use no side spin and just use some kind of punch follow to kind of stun punch the ball across. But to me, I like what I use what's called the order of operations. I like to roll. If that won't get me there, I roll with spin. Then I go to a stun, then a stun with spin, then a draw, then a draw with spin. And I rarely stun the ball with a in-between punch follow shot when I can roll with spin. And that's to minimize cue speed. That's the higher you are towards roll, being the softest, stun being the middle, and draw requiring the most. I try to stay on the roll and stun side of things, so I don't have to use a lot of cue speed. Anyway, just explaining myself. Okay, we need to get something going. Let's see. Oh no!
We don't count zeros.
Well, that takes some pressure off me. I'm glad you told me that. So I can miss the break ball 500 times, and we can still have an average that's decent.
Yes.
That's good to know. All right. So how did I get through those? I caught those a little bit off. Okay.
I figured at the point where I actually hit my 100, I start counting zeros.
Fair enough. Well, those broke decent. Can you make the 10 and stop? And then I'm on the 12. Yeah. Okay, so this is perfect because now the only balls that don't really go that easily are the 13-3. But what I'd like to do is save these 3 balls here and end with 14-11-6. Now, if we feel like it, we can also save these 4 because 14-11-8 or 14-8-11 is good. So once we've identified that these are like our last 3, I'm not saying we just get to freewheel through the rest, but now we don't have to like overthink the rest.
Okay.
The only thing we've got to deal with is this 13-3. I don't see a good way to get one of these balls. Nothing really goes, so we do have to move them, but we have to move them lightly so they don't tie up over here. So maybe the 2 is a good candidate for that. Maybe the 4. Actually, you know what? If we could get on the 2 and use the 4 to just bump them lightly, I think that makes sense.
Well, when you said the 14 to the 8 gives you the 6, 11 to...
That's true. We don't need to keep the 11. A good call, Chris. And then we're shoving them the other way. But let's first clear out this little congestion here. So maybe the 7's got to go, the 15's got to go, and then once we get those gone, I think we're sitting pretty good. Okay. So I'm going to see if I can, I think what I'll do is rock back into the 7 so I can come back for the 15 without really... Like that. And now... You can also
bump into them?
You can take a swing at them now, but then what's our backup if we get stuck on them some which way? The 9, we got the 9, we got the 14. Okay, and you don't have to move them, you just have to move them 2 inches, not 2 feet. Oh, seriously? So now I can either use the 11 or the 2. I think the 11 is easier, and I have the 14 as a safety valve. If we have to shoot it, no big deal. Okay, that was the only concern, but we can use the 9, or actually that combo's easy enough. Okay, so let's shoot this 14, and then we'll go 1, and then we'll get on this combo, and then we get on the 4.
All right, I need to get into the habit of doing this. So I don't want to leave you there. I probably would rather leave you here.
Yeah, you can slow roll this in and just drift forward just a little. Yeah, straight though, then I can't really get you over. I'm actually going to forget about the 8. I'm not worried about the 8. We've got many break balls. The 7's also a good break ball. I'm more concerned about getting straight on this combo, making it, and getting on the 4. Good shot, Chris.
Thank you.
All right. So I can shoot the 13 now, or the 4. Let's see. This is good to get this one out of here. You know what's bad when an 8-foot table your field is short. Sorry. All right. And then you want to pop lightly into the 3, so for the 7 ball next, without really moving it too much, or do you want to draw back or start over for the 1? I was
going to ask, when are we going to deal with this guy?
I'm not as worried about. I feel like the 3 is blocked by the 7, so it only goes another quarter. So either we want to get on the 3 or the 7 next. I feel like I would kind of punch this in lightly and just kind of pop into the 3, kind of just where the 3 kicks over an inch or 2. That's kind of the hit I use.
Okay.
That's pretty nice, and that's not a bad key ball either. So now we can go 9, 1, 7, 3 if we wanted to. Seems pretty reasonable. Yeah. And this is hard to get you good on the 1. I might just come all the way out here for the 1, and then if we need to, we can go to the 7 next. So I'll have one of the 2, either the 1 or the 7 next. Yeah, that was really weak, so we're going to have to take the 7. And now I don't know that there's a... that was pretty bad, man. All right. You want to just come to... What do you want to do here? You pick. I mean, at this point, we got to just make a ball and come up with a shot.
As far as I'm concerned, I think I can hold you for the 3.
With the inside?
I use the 1
okay,
as a
you can
key
use
ball.
the inside on this? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I can break the angle off the
Yeah,
short rail with the
okay.
inside spin.
Great shot. Great shot. Good shot. We're back on track.
Thank you.
And yeah, it's actually, I don't want to leave you elevated, but I want to get you a little bit thinner on the ones you're not full. And that's a little straight, but you want to, it's up to you if you want to draw to the rail or roll it with the right spin. Either way. I think they're both good. You get to pick. You've been picking nothing but winners. Good shot. Yeah, I didn't get you as much angle as I wanted, but at least you were close to it, and you weren't like
All right,
too bad.
so there's our first full rack.
Oh man, now I got to make this break ball. Huh? Thing looks like a snooker pocket all of a sudden. Lack of confidence when I shot that 2-reeler. I really kind of weaked it. Now as a penalty, I'm shooting from a foot further. And a little flatter. So I got a choice, but I kind of like, let's see. I'm going to rip on the flow. Freeze him on the end rail. All right, you got the 3.
Really good shot.
You got the 3.
Do I just give you a stop shot for the 2?
Yeah, I think we just cinch up a few balls until we get control. All right, I can breathe a little deeper now. So we definitely want to get this 13 out. I think we just leg it in for the 12, and then we can get on this combo and come into the back of the rack off either the 9 or you just roll it in soft. And if you, yeah.
Well, the problem that I see
is too thin on this ball.
Is this is where you're going to end up on the 12. Like I'm hitting, like I would have to spin
I see
it
what you're saying.
to get you flat on the 12, so you can set me up for the combo.
Okay, then how about this? How about if you roll it in with a 30th of a tip of inside and see if you can brush past the 12 and end up on the end rail, maybe a quarter tip inside or something. Perfect. That's perfection. All right, so now we got to get this combo out. And I'm not going to ever think about breaking the balls off a combo. That would just be suicide. I don't love it from here, this combo. I might, we have such a good angle to go into the balls. I might even go into the balls right now and trust that we can get out of that again later. Because this is
the
pretty
12
good.
is a good backup if you go
Yes,
into the 8 and 15 right now.
Well, I can, if I hit the 8-15, I can drift and end up beyond the 1 like Mickey Mouse hits the 11-14. But if I go into the 1 or the 7, but I like what you're saying. If I go into the 8, it's going to be pretty unlucky to not get a shot. I like what you're saying. Okay. That wasn't terrible. The 4 is definitely good. So we obviously are shooting the 14 here.
Yep.
And we can either float down for the 12 next, if we can beat the 4. And if we can't, then we're going to have to stun across for the 8. Or even the 7 or 1 in the other corner, which is a little firm. Can you float down below the 4? Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
Did I get it?
Well, I'm on the 15. So now I'm all out make mode. I don't really, I don't want to miss this getting distracted by what part of the 10 I hit. So I know sometimes you have to think about that, but from here, I either decide to stun it in or roll it in, and then I'm just going for the shot. I'm just going to roll it in and go for the shot. Okay, that worked out. Now here, we want to shoot the 8 in the corner and stop. Because then I can get you on this combo, or I can get you on this, we got to stop and get on the 12 next. Good shot. Never easy. Those top 2 pockets and many a street will run. Okay, now we definitely have to get over there for this combo right away. And you want to be, I was thinking about getting on the 7 next, actually. And yeah, because we might even get on the 5. Okay, yep, I changed my mind. I forgot what my plan was. Okay, so now it would be cool if we could hold for the 5 next. If there's no way to get on the 5, maybe we come down for the combo, but yeah, we could come down for the combo here. Just get me real full on it then.
Okay. It's too full. I didn't want it to be on the rail.
It's okay. It's going to be tough. You know, it's going to be tough, but it's okay. Oh boy. I'm sorry, Chris. It was funny. It was a little tough. Well, this is super tough. So yeah, that's no good. That's no good. I was afraid if I shot a confident stop shot, it's like I could have lost a 10. You're just going to have to shoot either the 1 or the 11 here. The 1 is more elevated. The 11 is a hard shot. What a hero. What a hero.
Very nice.
Back to back, lane flack.
So this is where I usually get myself in trouble, to where like I feel like my target is
And
here.
I think that's too low, because then you're back.
Too low?
You're too thin, but then you're too full. It's the narrow part of the positional zone on the 4. But
Okay.
if you come more like into the 2nd and a half, 3rd diamond, then you can, even if you get here, I can make it, and then all the way up to here, I can still make it. So you
Okay.
get a little bit wider part of the zone. So yeah, I think your target should be like here.
So, because what you described is usually my problem, because when I do hit here, because then I end up flat.
It's just too. Or you're back cutting it. Yeah. So like, or you're over here. So here, I think you want to hit above the 2nd diamond. So you don't use. You still use inside, but you don't load it with inside. You just turn it with inside. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot right there.
Cool. Alright. So, we're now
Good recovery, man. Sorry, I kind of dogged that combo a little bit, but it was tough. And it was like I didn't have to make it the way it was sitting either. It was
Yeah,
really
but
fun.
I left you. The moment I saw, I touched her.
Yeah.
I didn't come off of it. I left it too flat.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's our 28.
This is a little risky. If I follow this ball, I feel like I could come off the 10-7 and scratch real easy. So I might feel safer just ripping this with low ball.
How do you hit it, folks?
Wow. Well, we got options.
7 balls to break ball.
Yeah, and you're shooting it this time. So we're going to want to eliminate the 10. Actually, no, the 5 goes as it is. I thought the 5 was blocked. Do you want to shoot the 2 and just see if... How do we get out of that corner? We got to shoot the 2. Are you going to hit the point? If you half ball hit it, are you going to hit the point, or can you beat the point?
I can beat the point.
Okay, so just bump that in and drift out a little bit. I'll try to get on the 6 next, maybe. Good shot. What a shot. Okay, and you did hit the 7, which is always a bonus. Okay. I want to get the crap around the break ball cleared. But let's do this. Let's just go high inside and get around that 12. We've always got the 10. use left spin, and that's not where we want to go. So let's shoot the 10, or do we want to shoot? Where do we go from here, Chris? It's just a little bit different than where I want to be. Why don't we shoot the 10 and come back for the 13-3, and then we've got the 5 as a backup. So try to float back up to here. You know, I've got the 12, 13,
What's
or
wrong
3.
with any of these?
Yeah.
Because if I stop the 3, you're on the 1.
Oh, that's pretty smart.
And then we can deal with 15. Then
Why
come
are you
back
so
down.
smart? Yeah, thanks, Chris. I feel like an idiot. Shoot the 3.
Check.
And I don't mind picking up the 12 while we're down here. I mean, the 15. I'm sorry, the 15. I get you dead straight. Like a fish.
We're good.
Okay.
So now,
This is a little.
come back towards the middle of the table.
That's an interesting question. Yeah, I think that I think popping this ball 2 rails and maybe getting on the 14 or and making sure we go a ways because I don't want to be 10 feet away. And here I've got the 5, I've got the 7, but that's our break ball. I think I'm gonna shoot the 5 now, and I might even billiard it. It's a little bit killing our cue ball, but I want to control my cue ball.
So real quick, I thought I tried stunning that with spin.
Yeah,
Should I
yeah.
have rolled it with spin?
No, you had to stun that one. You were too thick to roll it. It's close. I mean, if you got me here, I could shoot the 13. And if you got me here, I could shoot the 14. It just, the left spin took it into the rail real soon.
So too much spin.
Maybe too much spin, yeah,
Okay.
maybe. I just don't want to miss right now. The 12's not terrible, but I think I want to shoot an easier shot than that. So I'm going to shoot the 5 off the 10 and try to get on the 11 and just keep control of the table. This 10 may tickle the 7. I don't care. I'm just going to make this ball and keep going. And it did tickle a 7, but I don't care. I just
becomes the break ball.
I needed to make that ball. Now this turned a little ugly. So now we got to make the 11, go to the end rail and back up table for either the 14, the 8, or the 12 in the other corner. So you're trying to get me back, let me see the angle here once.
Somewhere right around here.
I would use just a straight stun, no spin at all. Just stun to the end rail and let it float up the side rail. Great shot. A lot of people like to twist that with outside, but we needed to get on the good side of this line. And now look at, we're perfect on this 14. We're back in business. I have to either punch forward or draw back. I'm going to go forward. I think. I had to punch forward and roll forward. I'm going to roll. Yeah, I'm too thin on the 12. We got the 10. But this 12's got to go.
Okay. I think I can get you on maybe the 8 or
wait
the
a
7.
second. We're on the 7. I know it's a harder shot, but we are on the 7. So it's up to you. You're the player. I don't mind the 12. I think we just have to flow it for either the 7 or the 8 out here,
Yep.
That's fine. Oh, yeah, it's a little, yeah.
I purposely made sure I tried to cut that more. So
Yep.
5, that's 10 more. That's my fault.
Okay.
That's a 38.
Then.
And you just saw what is typically my run killers is missing shots like that.
It's not a surprise. I mean, that shot was at the border of what you can do as far as hitting soft as possible and holding the ball. And so that's where the steering comes in. And I know you're trying to make sure you hit it thin. So for the audience, though, there's a tendency to undercut that ball for 2 reasons. One is you're trying to slow the cue ball down. And the fuller you hit it, the slower it moves. So subconsciously, you want to hit the ball thicker. And then on top of that, when you're using a half ball hit rolling ball, that's where you get your maximum. That's right around where you get your maximum cut and deuce throw. So it's wanting to shove into the rail. And so sometimes I use a tip of right on that so I can twist it and then also get to the wider part of the zone on those balls. But honestly, at that speed, you have to really spin it. So sometimes a center ball roll is the right answer. That's a touchy shot. It's a touchy shot. It's tougher than it looks. Skiing, man. Well, zeros don't count.
Yep, zeros don't count.
I kind of lunged at that ball. Myself. A little mad at myself. Okay. Made this adjustment. See if I can't remember how to get through the rack without scratching the side. Well, that's not where I was trying to go.
Stop, 14. Wow. Oh,
Yeah,
I still got the 13.
Yeah.
I thought I wasn't going to have a shot on the 13.
So, okay, so this is pretty open. We don't have a perfect break ball. There's,
This guy or
yeah, the
this guy?
7's not terrible, I guess. Yeah, the 7's pretty good. So let's keep that. And then how do we, we're going to have to get on this, I think the 310 might be a good shot to play shape for, because if we get pretty full on the 3, we can maybe even get on the 2 next, at least the 11, at least the 4. I think we should get on that 310 combo.
Okay.
Good shot. I was trying to get it, that's perfect. It worked out perfect. We're on the 2 ball. And the 12 is pretty field goaly to try to get on the 12. But if we don't want, I mean, we'd have to get a field goal on the 15 or move the ball. So let's think about this for a minute. If you roll this in with a little outside, I think you can roll it in with outside and kind of get me on the, trying to get me on the field goal. If not, I got the 5.
Okay.
Pretty nice shot, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm just going to stop. I can't really risk moving the ball here. And now I'm okay drifting into the 5 off the side rail. We got the 11, 3, 4, everything's good. I think you just float one rail, just bump the 5 a foot. Shot. Also, we got the 11, we got the 5. You know what's interesting is, well, I'm kind of congesting the 7 ball if I shoot that. But I really want to get this 11 out of here. So I'm just going to go lightly into the 9. I'm not going to move it. Okay, now we can go 5 and get on these, the 3 L next probably.
So what? You don't want the cue ball on the rail.
No,
If I pass the
why don't you,
shot
why don't you
line-
follow it in with a tip it inside? And,
Okay.
Yeah. Good shot. And as you know from playing with me, whenever I say a tip, that means like 2.5 tips. As you know. Okay, I'm still undecided. I 3 ball, I'm floating into the where the back cut. So for people that haven't heard me talk about this, I don't like playing for back cuts like on this 8 ball because you're going away from the rail, which means you cannot use side spin and you're limited to high low and the angle. So if I get a little too thin on this 8, it could be real problematic. So part of me wants to cut the 8 in now and float back up for either the 4 or the 3. Does the 9 go on the side? Not yet. Okay, let me think. It might be better just to shoot this 4 in and either get on the 8 over there, this 9 over here. Yeah. This is
Can you
better.
get on the 6?
That was the 3rd ball I could get on here. So depending on where I get, I'm gonna have all 3: the 8, the 9, or the 6.
Okay.
But the 6 isn't a bad key ball. I don't think the 6 is a bad key ball for the 7. If we're gonna use the 7 as a break, the 3 goes in both pockets. I think you shoot the 9, dribble back a little bit. We pick off the 8-3, use the 6, and then we break the 7.
Okay.
So just rock it back so I'm not elevated. Good. Oh, how bad did I hit it? Well, if you need to, you can shoot the 6 and come across. I'm okay with that. Yep, I'm sorry, I hit that pretty poorly. I just really, total loss of focus.
2 railer on the 8 for the 7?
Yeah, you made this ball. You did your job. One shot. I'm going to go 1 rail here. I feel 2 rails is too likely. I'm going to bump the 7, but this is totally fine. All I got to do is cross the spot it's at and not scratch the side. But you're okay. You don't want to be super thin on this ball anyway. Being right here is fine. And that's where you got. Nice. I'm really embarrassed about that 3-ball shot. It was really like the ugliest shot I've ever hit.
What did you say while we were practicing? We're
It's
still
like
shooting.
I know, but it's like, so what happens is once you solve the rack, there's a tendency to lose focus, and that's exactly right. You solve the rack, you got me perfect, and I just literally just immediately lose my focus. So now think about this. Had we been thinner, we'd actually be, you're shooting this, right? I just shot that shot. You're shooting it.
Oh.
But we had to be thick enough to stun into the 11. If we got real thin, it's possible we'd either miss it or just chip off it. So, yeah. But now you can pop into this pretty good. Yeah.
I'm drawing into this, right?
I would, and hang on, let me look at it. Let's talk. So if I don't think draw's the best, but we can't follow. If you draw, it's going to be hard. You're going to hit it hard enough. It's not really the draw is not really going to take. So you can almost like stun into the bottom of the 11 with some, you know what I mean? Or you can draw it. You can draw it and see if you can't rip into it. I just don't think the draw is going to do anything to the cue ball until after it hits the rack. So I might use a little bit of draw, but like mostly just a nice medium swing and a nice pop. Just like that, like 100% like that. Like it's more of a punch. Well, it's okay, because if you try to draw that ball, it's not going to change anything. I might have a billiard over here. Let me see. There's definitely something. There's going to be a playable shot. It's going to be low percentage, but there's going to be something for me. This billiard is close, man. I feel like it's going to just hit just at a point. Which is very disappointing. But you got to play it. Oh, yeah, I jumped the ball. I was elevating off the rail. That's pretty poor.
Just one.
Okay.
15.
We're just getting warmed up. What I like is that our run ended for a good reason, which is we got on a break ball, hit the break, made it, opened the balls up, couldn't come up with a good shot. And then that's a legit reason, you know?
Yep.
Now, that's not to say that we couldn't have left ourselves a better break ball with a better angle so that we had more options. But if you're going to lose, like if your runs are going to end, that's a reasonable way for your runs to end.
And I can agree with that.
Again with that. Why am I got that thing wired? I might have to learn something about this game today. I'm not really upset. I'm not used to that scratch. I'm used to a lot of different scratches. But following through the 8-3 into the side again and again. Okay, so one thing I could do is move the 7 back just a little. So I'm going into the balls a little bit more squarely. Well, okay, we got shots. We're okay. You want to just kind of hop into the 1 a little bit?
Do that.
1-6. You can go into the 1-6. Just like that. All right. Now I can pop into the 10. Okay. Little by little. Let's see here. what's our plan to open up the rest of them? 15, all we're doing is hitting the 3. I feel like the 9's a decent candidate to come one rail into them. If we could, what about right now? This is not quite right. It's a little funny. We don't
have to catch the 8 to maybe.
You're right. You know what? You're right. I stand corrected. You could shoot, if we're full, you could shoot the 15, billiard off the 3 into them, and have the 9 as a safety valve. You're 100% right. I was picturing, like, you don't want to be thin on the 15 or you're not going to move the balls, but if you're a little bit fuller on the 15, that'll work. So then how do we get there? I mean, first we just got to get out of this corner. What about a straight high ball and try to just float right up here, and then I can maybe use the 14, 12? I think that's right. Just try to come up between them. Good shot. And I could go into them right now, but then I'm shoving them towards the 10, 12 is my only fear. Let me just think about what's going to happen. If I hit the 4 full, they're not all going to tie up. I'm going to be okay. Okay, and I know we might have to kill our safety valve with a 9, but that's a good time to use it. No, I mean, that floated apart nicely. The 4 is also a perfect break. So.
Stop for the 8.
Let's see.
Or stun for the 6.
That's pretty good. Yeah, why don't you pop it on over for the 6? No problem. I just don't want to move the 4, but I don't have to. I'm okay.
Afraid to hit that any harder because my side pockets will pop the ball out.
It's okay. We're fine. I'm just thinking we're totally fine here. I just want to make sure I make the right choice here. I feel like this is a critical moment. If I come backwards, I could try to go into the 3, but then I don't have nothing. If I go forward into the 12, it's a little funny too. So I think I might just pivot here and shoot a different shot.
15, come around to the middle of the table, get me on the 12 or the 2.
You know, I'm gonna shoot this with the stun and inside and try to spin it. That and either get back on the 10 or on the 2. So now we can go 10-3, maybe? Or do we not like being on the rail shooting at 3? You want to shoot the 2 and bounce across with the 10 and see if we get a better angle on it? Okay. Yeah, good shot. It was just a little bit straight. Here we can either get on the 3 or the 12. We're on that 3, that's got to be right. And now we can either follow over either for the 1 or the 6 again, if we happen to get on that 6. Love it. I might shoot the 1. See if we can get on the 6 in an easier pocket. Straight. I mean, this isn't the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. Just cinch it.
Well, you don't want to stop it.
Well, if you make this ball drop over a little bit, I mean, I think the priority is making the ball. I think trying to make this ball harder to draw back is unnecessary. I think you just try to make the ball.
Okay.
That shot is tough enough that trying to do anything beyond making it is just not quite right. It's just too tough. I got a little long on that ball. It drifted a little ways. But Basically, my idea is that anytime, like as long as you have 100% shots, you can keep playing like patterns and cue ball. But once you have a shot that's like missable, it's almost like you have to just make the ball. You know what I mean? And that's not always the case, but like I like to be in control where you have shots you can't miss. And once you have a shot where it's like not automatic, I try to minimize what I worry about besides making the ball. It's kind of a boring straight approach. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm just irritable. I don't know where I'm going on these break shots. I gotta regroup. Regroup. All right. We're only gonna gel better and better and get a better and better rhythm. I'm not worried about it. For sure. Okay. I like the action I was getting better. I think I'm gonna try to hit the 7 ball a little bit lower on the 7. That worked. Okay. The 11's juicy.
Red.
Let's see if we can work around the 11. And how are we gonna? You can shoot the 4 and go into the 2-7 right now. Do you have a full pocket?
I do.
Yeah. Let's pop into the 2s. Pop into the 2-7. Quack quack.
What?
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh. One.
All right. Let's see here. Does that 13 go? I don't know if it does from there, but if it
No.
does.
The 9 ball's in my way.
Okay, no problem. What about shooting the 12 and going one rail and blitzing into them right now?
Stretch a bit, but let's see. That's doable.
It's not. Maybe that's not necessary. As I look at, maybe that's a little unnecessary. It's a little wild. What about?
I just don't see a backup shot if I.
Nah, there's nothing. There's nothing. How about this? Why don't you roll a 15 lightly? I've got either the 6 or the 12 next. If you'd lay the same, just lay the 50 on the side. I like that. Yep. And I think I'm on the 6, and then we're on the 13. Let me just think where I want to be. We're going to be going away from it, but that's okay because then once we get on the 12, the 7 goes. Let's see. If I stop you right there, you have pretty good. I'll get back on the table. Okay. Now, we don't have a great break ball yet, but let's just develop some stuff. We're going to want to clear after this 13. We're going to, at some point, want to get on this 12. Oh, I'm sorry, what am I talking about? The 2's a good break ball. 2's a fine break ball. It's a little high. If we get something better, great. But what do we want to do? Come one rail out for the 9, and then we got the 8-5 up here at all times. So maybe just say if you can float me one rail out for the 9. Like I said, I've got other balls at all times if I'm too thin here, because I don't want to move a great ball. I might just shoot the 10 and float across into the 7-4. Seems pretty normal. Okay, we're on the 12, and that 12 does need to go. I don't know what you can get me on. Get me on the 9? 9 on the side? Yeah, that'd be good. Alright, and then if I stop, it's a little thin to hold for the 411. I could also shoot the 411 right now. I happen to get really good on it, which 3 goes from where you're at, and then it's not perfect, but I think it solves the rack. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Well, and people could say, well, combos are always missable. That's more of a lack of focus. Honestly, that's easy enough to where I just didn't give that enough. I wasn't scared of it enough. I got to be a little bit more scared. Like if I'm in a tournament shooting that, and that's the 9 ball, I'm nervous about making sure I make it, and I just don't think I was nervous enough.
Oh!
Wow. I'm okay. I've got one little thing I'm gonna do different. I'm gonna see if it does. Not on this break ball. I'm just talking about in our session. I'm gonna see if I can't play a little bit better. How's that for an adjustment? Play a little bit better.
The greatest adjustment.
Okay. All right. We're good. Maybe the 4 on the side. Start us off with 4 on the side. I kind of like, okay, we're going to keep this easy. I might actually shoot the 12. I'm not afraid of killing the 12, because then the 5 goes. We got to clear these corner balls. At some point, we got to get on this 9. So I'm going to try this. Yeah, I didn't get on the 9. We already hit the 14, which is now our shot. Go ahead and lay the 14 in. Oh no! Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit that ball. Wow.
All right. Play the 7 and get you to the 10.
Or the 8. Yep. That's fine. Keep us alive.
Good shot. So I have a straight pull fanatic in our live chat. His YouTube channel is Shortstop on Pull.
Yeah, Bob Keller from Colorado. I met Bob in, I want to say it was about 2007 in Minnesota. That was for some reason he's friends with a guy I know, Mike Fieldhammer. And anyway, Bob, I remember meeting you 15 years ago. So
Yeah, he was saying it was 20 years ago.
he's a good guy, but my memory is a little tighter on this one. Maybe he's right. Is it possible? It might have been 0405. It's possible it was 0405. I thought it was like 06, but okay.
So what am I doing? 5 to the 10?
Maybe.
If I can get you,
We got problems.
if I can get you flat enough on the 10, you can roll into the
Yeah, but
9-11.
it's hard to do. But it's it's fine. It's the fine shot. It's a fine shot. The other thing is you could go from the 3 to the 10. What about the 3 to the 10? The 5's friendlier than the 3. Shoot the 3 with straight high ball, come 2 rails, and go to the 3 to the 10, and then I can we've got options. Yeah, I like this really well. And if I need to, I think the better shot is to stop and then shoot the 15 and stun into him. Because if I try to like punch into it, who knows what's going to happen? It's just totally not controlled. A little bit close to the rail, but I think you can stun into him. And you probably want to hit the top side of him more than, yeah. Okay, let's give ourselves a fixed number of attempts before we do individual runs. Otherwise, that way we'll take it every shot seriously. So I see 3 more attempts, and then we'll try to do some individual runs. And
Okay, because so far we've done a total of 9 attempts.
yeah, so let's do 3 more. We'll do 3 more. When we do our individual attempts, we should take turns of 3.
Okay.
That'll be good. Put a little heat on, make it game tight or whatever. Keep going up table. Well, yikes. Keyhole! You got the 313. Chips, please. Pay up, suckers. I made it. I finally made it.
Make it again in a million years.
Ought to take up craps talking about luck. All right. What do you mean luck? All right. So the 7 looks pretty dreamy. I don't know if we can save it because of all the congestion, but once we shoot the 8, the 14 goes over there once the 3's gone. So, yeah. This is a little funny because I don't know if I love it being elevated. I might shoot this 9. And that 2's not friendly. So we're going to go, but the 4 needs to go. Sorry, I'm slow. I'm slow, man. I haven't played a lot of straight pool for a while. Okay, here's our plan. 9 ball. And you're elevated again. But you've got a good angle. If you don't like the 3, you can shoot the 4, but you're losing your cue ball. Can you lay the 3 in? Sure. Okay. Yep, and then a lot of times I'm going to get on the 11 here. If not, I want to get on those balls soon. But I can also go 2 rails into the back of the 7, 6. No, I already had a plan. I don't need to move those balls. I already had a plan. The 7 is our break. So what am I talking about? Okay, I want to come back to where I'm at soon. So let's just float out for the 10. And then you can kind of roll this in soft to get me on the 11. You can go to the rail and out for the 11 if you want. Yep, either way. Swivel. And then I've kind of got to go all in to make this. I can get you on the 15, so that's good. Okay. So now that ball's gone, you can kind of drag up here for either the 8, 5, or deuce. Yep. Perfect. I mean, you can't really play any better than that. Okay. Pull back to the 2 or the 5. Yeah. thinking 2-4-5 because if we go 2-5, that's kind of like weird. So I have to get you fairly full on the 4. So the worst case scenario, if I get you too thin, you can kind of, I don't know, it's tough. I got to get you full but not straight. But I think that's right. A little bit too thin. So here, do you stun it or do you roll it with outside and leave me distance? I think you could pull this back a little, right? What do you think, though? I mean, is that too thin?
Why don't I just get you on the 6 and
Because
we're 5 as a
well, where you're across the line. I mean, what if you stop here? What if you get here? It's like there's no control across the line that way.
Well, then why don't I do either or? Because if I cross,
Yeah,
you got
okay,
the
that's
5 over here.
Fair
and then
enough.
you're
Fair
still on
enough. I think you
6.
want to get me on the 5 ball, one which way or the other.
Over here somewhere.
Boy, I don't know, man. I just feel like a little. Hang on. No, I don't think so. I think you soft kill it. Either roll it with outside or soft stun. And even if I'm on this side of the ball, I can shoot the 5, get you on the 6. I think that's the way to play this. I don't want to turn our cue ball loose this deep. That's just fine. It's calm, man. I think this is calm. And I don't want to leave you a ton of angle, of course, but if I get you, of course, where the 5 is would be perfect. But even out here, you can do stuff from here. And then if you could stop on this ball, you don't want to draw it, but if it's better to rock back an inch, rock forward an inch. You know, I'm sorry, I'm talking to you like you're a noob. I always do that. All right, I'll use high inside. Tickle those 2 corner balls. It's fun. I mean, it was long and not perfectly straight. I get it. It's tough.
Oh, I thought I put the speed. I guess I hit too low. Because if I'd have brought my tip up, it would have. I guess it would have done what I wanted.
It's fine. It's a tough thing. Yeah, I could have gotten you a little bit. I mean, a touch more full on your shot, and you can hold it. It'll get me a little bit better on the 5. I get you a little bit better on that. Whatever.
Oh, how'd you hit it?
Give me a little love. Give me a little love off these. I don't know, man. We got to get on this 14, but can you? Do we go 1 rail and just bump the 8, or do we try to go 2 rails above the side pocket? Nah, I'm too far away then, huh?
Yeah.
So you just have to make this a roll. Oh, 3. Wait a second. What's this? Okay. Oh boy, don't scratch me. Okay. Little by little, we're going to wiggle our way. The 2 10s on if we get on over here some which way. The 110, let me see the 110. 110, neither of them are dead, but they're both reasonable. Seems like we want to swing around 2 rails though,
That's
right?
what I was thinking. So
Yep,
the 11 or the 210. Like
And at some point we might shoot the 5 and maybe get on the 14. It's pretty thin, but it might be doable. The 11 at the side's a great break as well. Okay. Good shot, good shot. I might have to shoot this. It's I'm gonna bear down a little bit harder on this one than the other combo.
You looked at the 11. Can you get me from the 11 to the 5, and I can get you to the 14?
That had to be the right shot. So I was totally committed by that point.
You turned the 14 and the 4 into break balls.
Yeah, the 14's great, but it's a little funny to clean out the 5, 6, 8. That's why I was kind of looking at this 5 ball. The 1's weird. You know what's not terrible? Let me just feel this out. That's a little loose. It's a little too thin to control. I'm just looking. Because now we get to take our time. We're finally back in control. I don't like the 5. I feel like the 9's a good shot. Yeah, but what are we gonna do? How are we getting through this? I'm sorry, man. I'm just having a little wall here. No, I'm back to the 5. What about shooting the 5 and trying to drag over for either the 9 or the 1 next? Or is that too much force? It's not gonna go that far. I've also got the 11 at the side. I like the 5 ball. I'm committed. Make the 5. Don't worry about cue ball. Just kind of make it. What a shot. What a shot. Okay, this is great. This is correct. I'm pretty sure this is right. We got to get on this 1. Okay. Now here, we're shoving the 4 into the 14. But if you use a draw stroke, so it's almost, you're not going to draw past it, but you're just going to nip it and then come back into the balls, and the 4 is only going to wiggle it over a little bit. So I like that. Or you can just miss it all together. Yeah, that's beautiful. Miss a 4 all together. That's amazing. Okay. So now I got to punch forward, so I can't really control this as well. I, punch follows and all that. Okay, that seems reasonable. Now we got to get on the 6-4 somehow. So how are we going to do that? I think if there's a chance, I think you float over for the 2, but if you happen to get me perfect on the 6 on the side, that'd be dreamy. Just like that. And if I don't like it, I've got the deuce, which is probably what I'm going to shoot. And I can now really control getting you on this ball on the side. This is not a good, but we can use the 4 as a break ball. I was thinking the 14, but now the 4 works, right? Because the 4 is not the best key ball for the 14. So we can leave them both. Let me just get you good on the 6 so we have options. This is one time I might even play for the corner. Yeah, and then I think you just kind of like make the 6. I can use either the 4 or the 14 next. You kind of like pop this in a little.
I've been trying to work on my stun run throughs. I'm not gonna try to baby this 6.
No, you're just gonna smooth it on in. Good shot. I had the shot.
Never did it.
Yeah, well, it's weird. It's a weird shot sometimes. A little problem. Cross corner, maybe? I think that's my best bet. Cross corner.
Good try.
Okay. Was our first? What was that? 26 from when we said 3 more.
No, that was our first attempt.
That's right. Was that 27? Or was that 27?
This one,
Sorry.
so that's plus 13. That's 27.
Yeah. It's not bad. And we lost a cue ball. In a game, we would have played safe there. So it's like again.
Just because we still have 2 more attempts from the initial 3. So
That's good.
before we start doing solo attempts.
Is that our best run?
No, our best run is actually 38.
Oh, what? Okay. use it high inside and try to go into the 5. Like, you know, with a little 5/8. I don't mind this. It's a good time to. Great shot. That's so good. Yeah. Okay. So the 15 is kind of a good shot to keep, but it's hard to deal with the 110 while that 15 is there. 8-11 is a little touchy. A little stretched on the 2. I'm not sure where that leads. I'm a little worried about both of these. I wonder if I could get into this 8-11 with a pop shot here by extension. It's technically these balls go over the side, but we have to clear the 3, then the 6, and then get over there, and it's just a lot going on. And I don't have to hit them hard. I just have to touch them. No, missed them. Okay. No penalty for trying. All right. What's our game plan? Do you want to try to go into them off the 5 and just touch them?
I was thinking.
Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with that. Shot. Okay. Now.
Didn't want to leave you
I've
combos.
got the 4. I've got the 12. I mean,
You have to bridge over the 8.
yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll shoot the combo. You're right. It's probably the right shot. We get it on 13, if nothing else. Yeah, I didn't really control the 6, but that's okay. I kind of cinched it. Now, we do have to touch the 110 at some point. And the 11's kind of obnoxious. How do we get into this balls? A little annoying. I can't quite. Let me see this. Sometimes I would use high inside from here.
I was looking at that.
I
I
like
probably
that.
clip the 10.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Even if it touches the 15, I think that's right.
I think if it does,
Yeah.
the 10 turns into a break ball.
Yep. Yeah, and we knew that it could tickle that ball, but now, yeah, like you said, it's like you called it. You called how that was going to work. So now getting on the 111 is important. The neither goes over here, so neither goes up there. So that's okay. The I got to shoot the 9 now. It seems. So let me just do that, and then we can always shoot the 15 and float up, or something. We'll get on them. Let's just make this ball. Okay. So now I think we go 4-12, and then when we're shooting the 15, we'll float down below those 2 balls and get the God, these damn rounded Towels shots. I know that they're good shots, but why do they have to be like? Why do they have to be like ball bearings? Gosh. All right, this is our moment, Chris. We've got this. 4-12, 15, float down below those balls. 6 is friendly from a lot of places. It's not so hard. Maybe Bob's right. Maybe it was 03. I didn't think so. But okay. No, it's just a long time ago, man. Holy smokes. It might have been 04. He's probably right on this one.
All right. All right. I had to check the stream. So you said 4 or 12?
12. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking to pop it in. You're like, I'm going to gently roll. I'm like, I don't know. I've got to pop this one. But okay. So now I'm going to shoot the 12, the 6, the 15. I think I could get you a 6. No, we need it. You might have. Do we look? I know what we do. We have to. We can either go 2 rails back and forth, or you can get an angle on the 8 to come back and forth. I don't know. Shooting the 8 now, it's a little awkward to come back, isn't it? Let me see this angle. Yeah, that's a little thin. I kind of feel like you could shoot this ball with like a soft stun, and then I could come across off the 8. That's what I feel. I came up a little shy. See?
Well, that's because it's stuck to my glove.
Uh-huh. Is that how you say it?
I say town. So am I trying to shoot on the 8?
Yeah, you're trying to fold. You're trying to slide this down the rail clean. Nice and clean. Now I have options of going forward and then playing the 11 on the table. I'm starting to like that better here. You know, I could also shoot the 10 and then everything goes and then we use the 8. It's a little risky. Doesn't have to work, Chris. But it might. It might work.
So what am I shooting for?
Whichever one you think is you can make more of the time, I think is the right shot. I mean, it's not easy. You can either shoot the 1, start over, and shoot the 15 and the 11, or you can shoot the 11 and try to either come back to the 1 on the side or whatever. Good shot. Go 11, 15. Bada bing.
I was trying to tap the 15 and you'd be on it.
Well, go get them dead straight. We don't have to do too much here. Okay.
Tried to punch it harder.
Okay. You couldn't miss the ball. You did okay. On that type of shot, what I usually do is draw the foot, because then you don't have to get off the rail if you come back a little bit further.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because you can't really create the lateral movement. I like the fact that you didn't like miss the ball and jam it out of there, but I might try to just draw the foot. But I'll do what I can. Not a big deal. It was a tough lead. Just kind of okay.
Try. So,
One more attempt, right?
yep.
Okay, I got it. That side, I keep doing it. Okay, and you know what? For anybody in the chat, my opinion is we're not off by as much as it looks. It looks like we're running a lot of 1 and 2 racks and a lot of 6 balls, but I've played enough straight pool to know that we're only a hair off of like putting up some 50s and 60s and getting some good rhythm going.
I feel like
15 ball.
15 ball and bump into the 12 so I can dislodge that.
I wouldn't even worry about all that. I think we got to get control of the table first. I just cinch the ball, man. Trust me. I feel like we're not in control of the table, and we just want to. If we're playing for like serious, like I think you go all in to shoot it like it's the money ball, and trust that we'll find a way. Now those balls even go the combo goals. We didn't have to mess with it. Good shot. Yep, 100% right. First step of business is getting control. So again, I think I might try to come. It'd be cool to get you on the 11, but it's a little ticklish. That's not that bad. And if not, the combo does go. So the combo does go. We can shoot the 10, 3, and 12. That's the right shot. As long as you hit the middle or the left side of that.
Want me to draw into these three?
I think that's starting to move too much around me. I think I would just kind of like, if anything, just get me on the 7, or I could get on one of these balls next. You could wiggle an inch. That's about what you can do. Wiggle an inch. On the 7, I'm just making sure I have nothing better. I'm on the 10. I just wanted to make that ball. I'm trying to like do anything more than that. It's a little wild.
All the way down and back up to the 4?
Yeah, I think you just make the 10, float to the rail and float, and then we got everything goes, and we just gotta keep going. Good shot. Good shot. Yeah, that's a good speed. As long as I'm not tied up on a ball, everything goes. Now I can shoot the 13. I want to get this 9-11 out of here at some point. Yeah. If I didn't get far enough for the 9, let's go 8, 9, 11. And I know we don't have a break ball yet, but we'll figure it out. We got the 3 is not the worst break ball ever. Good shot. Again, because we're back cutting it just a hair, and these balls are a little problematic. I'm going to go with 14 to get on the 6. Now, if you have too much, you can either hold me or go to the rail and out. I can't be back cutting the 9, though. I got to be able to get you around the. Okay. Shot. All right, starting to feel optimistic. And we can use the 2 to get us off the rail. So. And then I'm trying to think of where I want to be on this 3 ball.
Pretty much where the 2's
Well,
at,
it's
right?
if anything, that's as full as I want to be. If anything, a little thinner. So now that I kind of know that, I just want to see where I want to get you. Actually, rolling forward, where you're either studying or stopping or drawing straight back or even going to the rail, that was good. I just wanted to make sure I was okay there. You want to be off the rail. A little weak, but I think you're straight. So I don't want to be as flat as where the cue ball's at now, but if you can get me like more in here, like even just you know what I mean, just a little different. Oh, this is dreamy. Nice shot. This you got me right where I want to be. Hello. Now what's fun here is to elevate to about 30 degrees, shoot this ball and jump off the rail and land on the 2. It's just a fun shot, you know. It's hard to resist. It's a hard shot to pass up when that comes up.
Sometimes we gotta have a highlight reel.
Oh no! I clipped him. I didn't mean to clip him.
I kind of expected that.
Well, I didn't hit. I hit him a little bit high. That's okay. I think all you can do is just shoot the 11, and there's no reason to do anything but roll it. So, I can smooth it. Just like that. Just like that. Nice shot. Good things happen to good players. Good rolls happen to good players. What a shot. All right. We're in the back of the saddle. A little finicky. I might be better off trying to massage him again. It's a little risky because nothing really goes over there except for combos. But I've got such a good angle to smooth into these balls. I'm going to have to take my chances. I just felt like good things are going to happen, and maybe they don't, but I mean, we got to 12, and maybe I actually feel like it could have worked a lot better than that. But.
So, Eves, the reason why I removed the reinforcement labels from the table, it's only temporary. I was actually cleaning the rack area. I just haven't had the time to put them back down afterwards. And then, of course, I've just been practicing I've been actually practicing some straight pull runs without using the template. But I am going to put them back.
All we can do is try to make the 12 and keep it at the table. The 13 goes, the 8, I think stunning into the 8 is the money shot. Brilliant shot. Now, nothing goes over to that right pocket, which is irritating, but I've still got to take this ball next. The 5 is going to come off the 1 and tie up with the 7. This is kind of weird. I might follow and push through the 5 and see if the cue ball can massage stuff around. This is going to be risky. Doesn't have to work. But it might.
Gives me the 7 at least.
Yep, something could happen. All right, the 4 goes to 6. Once the 7's gone, the 6, 14 goes over here. So you can get me on the 6 even. Or the 4, whichever. Now, I'm going to roll this in. And I didn't want to freeze you, but if you can kind of drift into the, maybe you can tickle them now, kind of split them with a pop, like a little 4-inch move. They both move 3 inches right in between them. Just like that, and now we're sitting pretty. Now at 15, it's not a bad break ball, nor is the 10.
I was going to say the 10 maybe.
Yeah, it's just a little bit, it's easy to get stuck on the rack from there. Whereas the 15, when you come into them, you're not going to get stuck on the rack. I'm just looking. I can also try to move the 1 right now.
One thing I recently learned, and I was successful at doing it, just out of curiosity, if you left the 6 as the key ball to the 10 ball, you hit the 10 ball with topspin so that when it hits the rail and hits the rack, the topspin is still on, so it pushes the cue ball off of the rack. Now, not necessarily certain.
If I were to shoot, I'd stop on the 6, and then I would shoot this in with a little inside and try to come into it with a little angle and clip the 2 corner balls. That's what I would try to do, which isn't bad. That's not bad. And it's kind of controllable, but that's assuming we get dead straight on the 6, which is, we're on the good side of it. Okay, we'll save the 10. We're going to stick with that plan, because that was our game plan earlier, was to cinch up second best break balls and get good on them. So, we got to get on this 8. It goes, but not really on the side. So, let's see if I can get on it in the corner. A little bit funky, but what happens You know what?
Or do I give you the 2,
Or
the
you
1,
shoot
the
the one,
6?
or you shoot the one. I think I like your plan. I like coming back a little bit for the one. I like that. They all work. There's 10 different ideas that work. So I like to say the second best plan executed well is always better than the best plan poorly executed. Good shot. The 2 passes to 6, correct?
Yes.
If I go too far, then you might have to come 1 or 2 rails around or something. Yeah. All right. Not bad, my man. When are you leaving town? No, right?
Right. That's 28.
I don't really spin this ball. I just twist it with it, half a tip. And I don't smash. I medium speed, twist it inside and let it, hit the 12. I think it's the right way to go. Wow. What a hit.
Yep.
Going a little bit at the 8 if I shoot the 6 to the side. Wonder if I feel confident enough to spin this one inside. Hate to end our run like that. But that's the shot. I'm sorry, Chris. That's a bad shot.
Okay.
It was tough, man. If I rolled it with center, I was going to come into the back of the 8. It was just awkward. I didn't feel good. I should have made that. Okay. Moving on.
So
Moving on.
Do you want to go first with the solo? Not first.
Ask the crowd, whatever they say. The first 3 responses, boy, 2 out of 3. I'm going to hit the restroom. I'll be right back. See what they say.
All right, everybody. So that's pretty much going to end the. Here, let me do this. That's pretty much going to end the Scotch double portion of our straight pull attempt. You can see that we were able to at least have a current best of 38 points. If you want to see a full breakdown, this is what it looks like. We did a total of 12 attempts. And we averaged 14 points per attempt. You can see here we got to the 3rd rack at least twice. We got to the 2nd rack at least 3 times, and then there were 7 times that we couldn't get out of the 1st rack. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to do some solo attempts, and I think the idea is that we're going to do 3 solo attempts at a time before we do a rotation. So like either I can go first and try 3 attempts, and then Demetrius will go and try 3 attempts, and then we'll swap back and forth. And I think after that, that's probably when we're just going to go ahead and open up to like a Q&A type of session as we begin to wind down the stream. So Demetrius is already taking a bathroom break, so I guess I'll go ahead and go first. Let's see some votes in the chat. By the time we're done, who do we think is going to have the higher run, myself or Demetrius? Because I will keep a running score separately. So the program is actually not going to be useful in this case since it only keeps an individual score. So what I'm actually going to do is we're just going to switch back to this. Okay. And then I'm just going to keep a running score for the both of us on a notepad.
Fair enough.
being up here. Attempt 1.
That's brutal, man. That's okay. This is it's a marathon, not a sprint,
Right?
as you well know.
Again. All right. Nope, I did. Hoping to hold for the 3 or the 2. Yep. Nope, 5's low. That means I'll have to hit the back of the rack. Thank you. Don't think I can hit the rack, the side of the rack. I'm gonna have to hit the back of the rack. So I'd like to hit the 2 and the 7 if I could. And I think well, if anybody plays 8 ball and they know how to do the second ball break, usually the corner ball will go. So I'm going to try the 7 in the corner. 7 doesn't go anywhere near. Probably if I and I scratched it anyway. Usually it's helpful if I actually had the reinforcement labels down.
Yeah.
Everything's nice and touching. Because wherever the 3 ball was, I don't know how the 3 ball went, but that's at least a 15, right? Yeah, 15. Sure. All right, one more. I've been trying to work on the way Jason Shaw goes into the racks, which is like way over here.
Yeah, he's a beast, man. I've been trying to work on the way he puts up 700s. I've been working on that.
Okay. Get the 13 out of the way so I can make the 2. Which means I probably should do that now. Stop. 10. Play the 1. So windy outside. Alright, I really like the 14 better than the 6 because it's just a little bit farther away. That means this. Too much of a cut angle. Okay. That was fun. Now I should be able to just stun right over to break ball position. Whew. Is that 14?
Sure.
Sometimes I start to lose count whether I'm on rack 1, rack 2, rack 3.
I usually can keep track until I hit the 40s. Once I hit 40 racks, at 560 or so, I'm sure. I'm at the 500s and the 600s.
Give me a shot. Yep, I don't have one. That means I have to create one. I'm going to call the 5 in the corner. Or the 7!
Nice shooting, Chris. You got through the rack. The only time you didn't get through the rack was when you got froze on the end rail of the first rack. Otherwise, you got through them both. The one time you ended up with a kind of a tough break ball and slid past the rack. The other time you got a little unlucky there, honestly. You hit those great.
Thank you.
The one thing about that break ball is that the first one, where you slid past it and you were going to go to the back of them, but what happens is, two things happen. One is that people underestimate how much glance they get because you're hitting them with speed. So you slide the tangent line, it goes real wide compared to like a normal follow
And
shot.
my spin made me miss the rack.
And then so you didn't really need that much spin. The other shot I want to this comes up a lot. Well, it doesn't come up a lot, but if it comes up where people are really flat on this 8 and the side, but they're a little bit on the wrong side of it, they got to get 3 rails around for the 9. So in my mind, I've learned on this shot, I used to think that I'm going to shoot the 8 on the side, I'm going to follow to like here, and then I needed a lot of right spin to get to the end rail. But what actually happens is I cheat it just a little, and then with the speed I have to use, it slides quite a bit, so that even with a straight high ball, it comes 3 rails around. So instead of using like high right on this ball, instead of using like a lot of right, I use like a half, it's like 12-30. Like I use like 12-30 on this shot. See how far over it slid?
Right.
And then if I used any more right than that, I would have scratched. So
Okay.
anyway, that type of shot, it's just whatever you're like hitting firm shots like that, it's just really, they widen. And you know they widen, it's not like you don't know that, but that's like, it just happens a lot. I don't know. I paid the price on that shot many times. Good shooting, Chris. I'm excited, man. We're going to have some fun.
Thank you. So I got a 3, a 15, and a 15.
So it's probably against some kind of rule if I sweat bet with the audience. I'm like
Well, I already asked them, like, who do they think?
Yeah.
But
But
like,
I sometimes like I'm kind of like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. I don't want the sheep that's hanging on the thing. I like the hunt. Like I just like if anybody wanted to make a little sweat bet or something, is that against the rules?
Well, I tell you what,
Okay,
because
okay.
I want to have a sweat bet. Loser pays dinner tonight.
All right. Well, I feel like you're kind of like unfair because you've already got Captain 15 or whatever.
Well, no, but like not between just these 3 games. Like who
High
gets the
run of the
highest by the time we're done?
Okay, high run of the day. I'm
Yeah.
good with that.
Loser buys dinner tonight.
That's fair. I like that.
Are you hitting the front row or the second row? Or I should say the third row.
I have no idea. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. I'm a little discouraged right now. I can't afford dinner. I'm gonna have to air barrel you. Air barrel you. I knew that was risk. God, I couldn't get control. Okay, that's okay.
So what's that one?
That's a good question. I think it was only 2 because that third one doesn't count because I scratched.
Correct. 2?
2. Yeah, I made a good shot in the 10 to go up and down, but I kind of got it back on the foot rail. And then, touchy shot on the side. The part of the pocket you catch is just critical there. Okay.
I want to thank everybody that's been here for the duration of the stream. If you haven't done so already, please give the stream a thumbs up, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. Really would appreciate it. that one? 17?
Yeah.
Okay, one more. And then it's my turn.
Now, where do you play it if it's in the rack? If I come back and I end up like on the spot?
If you're in the rack, you get ball in hand in the kitchen.
Yeah, but if where's the, like, is that triangle?
Yeah, if your cue ball is anywhere touching or overlapping the triangular line. So I mean, literally, like,
Yeah.
even if you're,
I got you.
even if you were here,
Okay.
you know that if you take the racket, it's gonna touch the ball. So
Fair enough. Some people like work it with a chalk, and if they can. Anyway. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yep. Well, that's the main reason why I drew
That's great.
the rack outline, because when I have the donut holes down, then that's what I end up looking at. If I see that the cue ball overlaps the line, then I know it's in the rack. That was pretty.
I wedged. What a bad shot. One of the, some things are hard to forgive yourself for. That's for sure.
Oh, what a shot!
Scotch. No. Still alive. again.
Oof.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, it's not getting any easier. Horrible.
Oh, good try.
Yeah, it's a tough shot. Okay, I mean, I completely lost it. Ever since I decelled on that dumb shot, it was terrible. Okay, I don't know, whatever. Go ahead.
All right, so you
Another
got
round.
2, 17, and 25.
All right, we're working our way into numbers. I promise the audience that won't remain the high run. We're both gonna do well better than that.
Not enough pace. Okay. Let's see. Not sure what I'm going to do here. I think I've actually seen some crazy ideas where people will talk about two rail kicking into them and then sliding into the rack. I've not seen that idea or heard of that idea. If I'm not going to attempt to play a ball out of the rack. Yeah, that's actually probably my best option. The two rail kick the 8 in and see if I can slide right into the rack. Because otherwise I can try to hit the 1 and do the 14. So, but I think this is what I'm going to do. 8 ball in the corner. Oh, oh well.
It's okay, man. Missing the whole ball is no better than hitting it full, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's no worse than hitting it full. Like, people sometimes feel stupid when they... It's almost like when somebody needs to do a real deep draw shot for shape. It's like, coming up short on the draw shot is no worse than miscuing. It's like, either way, your run's over.
Right.
But, and you did do it. Good run. You got a little unlucky to really get into that ball. And you got the funniest angle on the 50 you could have. But, got a little weird. Good, man. I like the way I like the way you're hitting balls.
Well, if I can consistently get out of the first rack, I'm definitely going to consider that an improvement. That's been one of my better results. Thank you. Not expecting that. I was expecting right there. Bank the 2. Thank you. bounce off of it. Oh well.
Oh, I missed the money shot.
Not really. You're okay. Keep it going. One single ball got out. Man. Well, I don't know if this still applies since two of the balls are missing, or another ball is missing. So I guess the 12 in the corner. Nowhere's near.
I'm not saying it can't be made. It's just I'm just remembering in the Bob Byrne book, he has that line where he says he was talking about ways to play balls out of the stack, and he says people who are trying to make the corner balls go directly in the corners should probably switch to a different game like bowling.
It's not wrong.
I think that's what he says about that. You're doing good, man. So you got what, a 14, a 15, a 16 there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Keep it going, man. You're doing good. I mean, you haven't missed a makeable shot.
We're gonna try something different. Haven't done this in a while. That's why.
Zeros don't count.
Try that one again. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh no.
You gotta be kidding me.
Alright, come with something.
Yeah, 4 in the corner.
Ooh. Ooh. Chris.
Oh gosh.
That's what a horrible way to end. Just wedge. That's like a one pocket trap. Oh man.
Alright, so I got a 14, a 16, and a 2 on that one. Alright, so between all 6 of my attempts, I've made 65 points. I'm averaging 10 balls per inning. You're currently sitting at 44 total points between your 3 attempts, averaging 14 balls attempt.
Yeah, that first one. I had one of those. We both had a couple of these ones where you can't even get through the first shot.
Yeah.
And that kills your average. Alright. Come on, balls. You good to me. There's a tight All right.
maybe tomorrow we can actually play an actual straight pool game, race to 150.
Okay. Oh, ball. Sheesh.
Good shot.
I don't know, man. It's close. Hold it.
What a shot.
Two ball. Maybe. Maybe. Boy. Close. I got a little lucky. I think I skimmed the one going in. But what are you going to do, man? It's tough. Okay. Whew. Glad that's done. It's a little messy, huh? Oh, no. I didn't want to use my good fortune. I wanted my run to. I guess I'm really determined to end my run. Sheepers. All right, getting a little wobbly. Got to regroup. Regroup. That's not bad. Why am I so wobbly? I'm telling you, man. I just for some reason sometimes you just get like a little snake bitey.
How many do you have down there?
I don't know. 4, 8, 11, 4.
Four
Is that
more?
32?
32.
All right. Was that my second swing?
That was your first swing of the set.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll figure it out. I mean, I'm not saying that's terrible or anything. I'm just got a little rattled.
You've done nothing but you have gone up on every attempt from a 2 to a 17 to a 25 to a 32.
All right. Come on, 10 ball. Hold up.
Wow. Wow. That was pretty. It looked like the cue ball was going to go forward, and then it started pulling back.
Mess. It's not friendly. I can't complain. I've had my share of rolls.
Ready.
Yeah, did not help. Oh boy. Change of plans then. Well, one more. All right.
You didn't call that one?
Yeah. I hit that. I got too straight on that ball on the side, and if I could have just gotten those to split open, but I didn't tie up there, I was okay. But when I had a chance, I had to just catch half that ball. Whatever. Slippery game, man. Slippery game. What's that? What did I do there? Was that one rack or 1.5 racks? Something like
That was 27.
Okay.
Just shy of 2.
All right. That's fine.
And here's your third attempt.
Perfect. Oh, I bumped a 10. We're playing all cue ball fouls.
Cue ball fouls only. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know why. That's why I saved the one. I remember why now.
That sounded funny.
Yeah, sometimes my cue joint goes loose. That sound makes a weird sound. Okay, now gotta run some balls. I got things to do. Dinners to win. I'm just kidding. I have no idea. I don't know. Sometimes I'm lost. Let's start hitting balls in. Guess maybe if I have a break ball, I'd feel better. So many options. They're all bad. Rather use four. Well, I got a shot. We'll see if I get one more shot. Oh no. All right. Do something better.
Okay. Well, that's gonna pretty much make you the winner. We're
Are we
both done.
Okay.
Well, we're going on 5 hours and 22 minutes of streaming, so I figured maybe we could do a small Q&A session.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
good.
wrap it up for the night. But of the 6 innings that we did, I was able to score a total of 65. averaging 10 points per inning. And it looks like my high run was 16 during that attempt. You, on the other hand, were able to pocket a total of 117 balls, averaging 19 points per inning. And it looks like your best attempt was your 4th attempt with your 32. So I got some work to do because I would love to have, like, you were holding on to almost a 20 ball balls per inning count, and I would have loved to have taken that. Okay, so real quick, everybody.
Yeah, let's talk.
We're going to do a small segment of Q&A. So if anybody has any questions they want to ask myself or Demetrius, or if you want us to try to demonstrate something on the table that has been troubling y'all or anything of the sorts, we're happy to take questions. I do know that earlier in the stream, someone was asking what kind of cue you're playing with.
Yeah, I just use a Predator cue. I use a 12.4 Revo shaft. I hate equipment. I think it's highly overrated. But one thing about Predator is that you know what you're going to get. The extension screws in. I only use carbon fiber because I can not ding the balls and I don't ever have to worry about it. I like to say at the end of World War III, there's going to be nothing left but Revo shafts and cockroaches. So it's like, that's why I use Revo. Other than that, yeah. Okay.
Let's see if we can get a question or two that'll come in. All right, so from YouTube, the user How to What wants to know if you have any tips for bridging over other balls.
It's really brutal, man. It's really, really tough. The only thing I've ever figured out is practice. One thing that I've learned about bridging over balls, is that I have to. A couple things. This is not just me. I've learned this. Darren Appleton, Carl Boyes, they all talk about it. Is to use a shorter, pokier stroke. If you try to use like a long, flowing stroke, there's just too much room for wobbles and miss hits. So most players use a shorter, kind of almost a jab stroke. The other thing is that I've learned, for me, I have to really make sure only the bottom of my arm moves. If anything above my elbow moves, the shot misses horribly. So if I have shots where I'm over a ball, I get lined up as best I can, and then I make sure that it's short, pokey, and the only thing that moves, of course, the only thing that moves is the bottom half of the arm. So that's what I've learned. Elbow down is the only thing that moves. Short, kind of pokey strokes, and then you've got to practice. You've got to practice, man. You've got to practice.
You also choke up on the grip.
I don't know. Probably.
Because it looks like you're at the top of the grip, and that's kind of what I end up tending to do as well.
Yeah, tough shots. You got to practice them. Now, when you're bridged that close on top of the ball, it's pretty brutal. So there's different kinds of, like here's much friendlier, but even still, it's like this kind of thing. Yeah, tough, man. So I struggle. But those are the things. Those are the only things that give me a chance, and then I practice. So what I'll do to practice, I do two things. One is I'll literally just set up a shot like the ones I've just been missing here, and I'll just shoot it like 10 times rolling the ball, 10 times stunning the ball. So I'll just get down and try to roll it 10 times. And then once I've tried that 10 times, then I'll get down and stun it 10 times. Another thing that I kind of like to do, that I do for both the rail shots and the over ball, and again, it's just practice, but it's making it more fun, is I'll break the balls. And then I just try to run any ball, any pocket, and I just designate one ball to where that's my over a ball shot. So like, whatever shot I shoot, if I shoot the 1, I got to put the 3 right there. Then if I'm going to shoot the 6, then I just take the 3 and put it here.
That's a fun exercise.
And then if I'm going to shoot whatever, I just try to see how many balls I can, how many turns does it take me to clear the whole table, is how I view it. This is going to be tough. Haha! I get a break. I'm on the rail. There's no room for the ball. Take that, suckers. All right, back to that. So anyway, that's a fun way to hit them. Okay.
That is, I really, really like that idea.
And I do that from the rail too, where it's like every shot, whatever shot, if I'm going to shoot to the left, and I back it up to here. And then after that, if I'm going to shoot if I'm gonna shoot the 12, well, that's easy enough. I back it up to here. You know, I'll just shoot every ball off the rail. And then there's other ways to practice this stuff, but this is kind of a fun way to do it. Since you can try to see how many turns it takes you to run the rack, and you know, every shot. If I'm gonna shoot the 5, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, you guys good.
I'm gonna have to steal these, Demi, and turn them into.
It's just
and turn them into videos. These
it's
are great
nothing
ideas.
special. It's just things that I do because I practice a lot, so I got to mix it up and keep it somewhat fun and challenging. And those are some fun ways to get a variety, so you're not shooting the same shots all the time.
Gotcha. All right, so here's a question from YouTube. This is from Craig. He's actually a buddy of mine that actually lives in Minnesota.
Ooh.
He wants to know, what is your least favorite shot on the table?
So, other than this one here, everyone. No, I'm just kidding. I think if there's certain shots that come up that I think that I struggle with more than most players my level. So elevated shots are right there, like the jack of over a ball. I mean, for sure, there's like nothing worse than like, you know, you're playing 8-ball and your 8 balls here, and I actually, you know, and all of a sudden, instead of getting here, you get like on top of a ball, and it's just like under pressure. This is not where you want to be. So that's right up there. If I had another one, there's certain back cuts that, especially when you're like kind of awkwardly bridged off the rail, where, you know, shots like this when I have to cut the 14 that way. That shot right there, it's not pleasant, you know, like, so it's not my least favorite shot, but it's like, it's one that I struggle with more than, like, a lot of people can make that more often than me. And I've practiced it a million times, and there's different things that, you know, and it's not like I can't make it ever, but those are some shots that I feel like really uncomfortable with. Maybe the another one would be like, I've grown less fond of side pocket shots. So if I have shots like, you know, where the ball's in the money ball area and you got to shoot this in the side from below the rack under heat, like, I don't really like this. So these are the shots that come up a lot that I don't really love. You know what I mean?
Right.
But whatever. But, you know, this is just a tough
So
game.
I want to try to elaborate on those particular type of shots, the back cut shots, in regards to, you said you practiced them a million times. And so I don't want you to try to go into, like, you know, a ghost ball aiming system type of thing. But, you know, when you're missing these shots, like, what type of visual adjustment can you describe to where you think you're making the correction?
I actually think that trying to do that stuff consciously does not work for me.
Okay.
So what I mean by that is, if I were just to sit there and set up a shot exactly the same and miss it a few times, I could, in the moment, sit there and say, okay, aim it a little thicker, or is my eye in the right place, or my delivery straight? And maybe in that session, if I keep setting them up the same and I hit it a bunch of times in a row, I might get to where I feel like I can kind of control how to make it, okay? But then you go and come back the next day, and it's like, what are you going to try to remember what you were telling yourself? It's like, I don't really think that works too well. I think that you have to just develop a feel, and of course, if you practice it, you're going to develop. So I've learned one thing is that on certain types of shots like this, like if I have to shoot a shot like this on the 14 in that corner, I've learned that not to use any spin. So I like to use, a lot of times I'll use a half tip outside to gear balls in, but on this shot here, with the distance involved, between the deflection, the curve, the twist, the throw, I've learned that on this shot from here, I'm better off going all out center ball and picking my spot as best I can, and try to shove it towards the hole. And thank you. And it's like you just practice, but anyway, it's straight center. So now on a lot of shots, if I was like this, on a shot like this, I'd probably use half a tip outside to gear it. Like, I like to shoot a half tip outside if I'm just cinching balls a lot of time. But with that distance and that shot, I've learned to stay. So if there's one thing I've learned, stay on the vertical on that shot.
Okay. I think this one's kind of humorous. This is from YouTube. Jeff Watts wants to know if you want him to clear your driveway so that way you don't have to deal with it when you get home.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. That's funny.
This is actually a good question. Crispy Ducks or Dukes from YouTube wants to know, what is a goal in pool each of us have to set and are working towards?
what is a goal that each of us have that
So
we set?
what's your goal that you're currently working on versus what's my goal I'm currently working on?
Okay.
I'll let you go first.
So it's tough. I think that I'm playing next year. I'm playing 8 tournaments, which is more pro events than I've ever played in a year before. So I have a certain win rate against top players that I'd like to achieve. That's a little bit higher than where it's at now. So like I have a certain win rate against guys that are like, in the 780 Fargo range, a certain win rate against the 800s and a certain win rate against the 830s. And it's like, I kind of know what those numbers are. And I want to edge it up a little bit. I mean, there's certain things, there's a few different answers. I'd like to edge it up to where I have a tournament someday where I beat 4 elite players in a row. That's a tough thing to do. Even for the elite players, it's tough to do. If I'm at 30%, it's hard to get 4 in a row. If you're at 40%, it's not impossible if you give yourself enough at bats. I'd like to get to the final, finals of a national level tournament. I'd like to get to the final 16 of the U.S. Open. But those things are outcome goals, and a lot of that's up to your opponents and how they play. So you got to give yourself enough at bats. But so rather than worry about the individual finishes of the tournaments, I just want to run it a little bit more. I think the biggest thing holding me back over the last few years is I haven't had enough swings to really acclimate, get comfortable, elevate my game, and then give myself enough swings to actually connect. Because even those guys lose more than they win, except for like the top 5. So I'd like to I'd like to get hitting them a little bit better than I've hit them before, run it a few times, and then have some exciting finishes and some interesting events. It's a little vague, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, no, I kind of want to emphasize, I think, on what you were saying, and then I'll talk about what my goals are, because I don't know if anybody noticed, but the one answer he didn't say is win. I mean, obviously you want to maybe win one of them, but that wasn't. I just kind of didn't hear that as the focus.
I'm not going to win the U.S. Open. It's just pretty fierce.
Right, but ideally, placing in the final 16 or whatever. So like that. You gave yourself reasonable goals.
So let me tell you kind of where I base that on. What I like to do is I like to pick guys that are stronger than me, but not out of sight. So like for a guy like me, there's guys that are out of sight. Like Shane's out of sight for me, Filler's out of sight. I mean, I'm in my 40s, I've got a family, and with this is not happening, we can go into why. But even like a guy like John Moore or Sky, it's like this is probably not in the cards. But if I look at guys like Jeremy Sosi, now here's a guy who's like, I've played Jeremy, and it's a close game, and so like he's a better player. I've played a number of sets, and it's always tough. We've always had tough sets, and but when you look at how he plays and how I play over time, it's not that much of a difference. But he's just got a little bit more experience. He's a little bit more solid, and when I look at a guy like that, here's a guy that final 16 the U.S. Open last year, and I think he final 16 the World Championship a couple of years ago. And he's just he's been very dominant on the Jaws Tour. And I look at some of the things he's done, and I'm like, there's a guy that I can stretch for. And whether or not I ever get his feet, I don't care. But you got to set a goal so that you can strive towards it. And so I think that it's important to pick somebody that's far enough past you, that's got some exciting things that would be very profound and meaningful if you could duplicate, but still within grasp enough to where it's not like, so that it can motivate you instead of just, if it's too far away or too unrealistic, it's not going to excite you because you don't believe it. And if it's too close, it's not going to excite you because it's not that interesting. So it's like you got to find that balance between finding somebody that would be like, man, that would be really cool if I could get there, and I think I could actually do it. And for me, Jeremy Sosi, I'm not coming for you, bro. I'm inspired by you, Jeremy.
So like I really like that, because I think my ideal goals that I usually set for myself in tournaments is just a little bit more simplified. The first one being, don't go 2 and out, right?
But, yeah.
And then if I can achieve that milestone, the next one would be to place in the money, which would be the final 16 or whatever it would be for any type of tournament. Like last year in the Texas State Open, I was 1 match away from placing in the Open, so I would have achieved my second milestone, but I got eliminated. Our buddy Jesse Martin made it into the money, and then of course if you make it into the money, then obviously try to go as far as you can, and then perhaps even trying to win the tournament. But to answer your question in regards to what my current goal is what you've been watching us do. play straight pool, and I'm trying to be able to make 100 balls in one inning before I miss. The best I've been able to do so far is 79. I've hit it twice. You can find both of those recordings on my YouTube channel, and I just haven't been able to, surpass it. And I've been doing this now for almost a year. I think come Christmas time, which is going to be in a couple of days, like I will have been at this straight pool game for a year, and I've yet to hit 100. So I've been always trying to soak up information, like whatever Demetrius would give me, shortstop on pool, Tony Robles, books, videos, and everything else. And if anybody's followed the journey, they should have at least seen a significant progress in the way that I play. But then, just like with any game of pool, there's just going to be this nice roller coaster ride of ups and downs. One day I'll, be able to start averaging 20 balls or 20 plus balls, and then on another day I won't even get out of the first rack. So I think that's just how it is. As frustrating as it can be, but I'm still working at it, and eventually I'm going to get it. All right, I did see one other question.
There was a couple from earlier too, but I don't remember.
Yes. Where did it go? Okay, we talked about this earlier, so we're coming towards the end, so I definitely want you to talk about it now. Edric Munster wants to know about your dojo, your pool hall that you're opening up in April.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. It's going to be a private club, so it's going to be only open to members. We're going to open with 6 9-foot diamond tables, and then we're planning on expanding within 6 to 18 months. We're going to expand over. We're going to have 8 9-foot diamonds and 2 bar tables. Our goal is going to be, of course, all players are welcome of all levels, but I feel that we're going to get a lot of real serious, people that want to get better. Now, it doesn't mean that everybody has to. Some recreational players want to play, that's fine. But I feel like there's going to be, in my room, there's going to be more serious players. And there's a few things. I feel like everywhere else, it's all about, leagues and tournaments and sparring and playing, which is fine. But I want to have a little bit of training in my place. So I'm not going to be doing nightly classes like a real karate dojo, but I'm going to have some things I'm doing to kind of do some kind of guided training for the members, so that people that want to get better, we can do things. And I'll tell you, for example, one idea I have, and I'm not sure it's sometimes you have to see how things go and then evolve it a little, or whatever, adjust it. I have this vision of doing the first Saturday of every month, doing a clinic where I introduce a certain skill and introduce a certain drill, and then demo it, and then have everybody try that drill and see how they do and record their score. And then over the course of that month, it'll be like the drill of the month, where of course we're going to do other stuff, but people can work on that. And then the next month, introduce a new one. But we're going to test out on the one that we introduced the first one. So now they can try it again and see if they can make any improvement on their results. So that beyond that, I really think this is a cool idea. And I don't know if anybody else is going to like it, but I want to have, say, a certain number of fixed drills that I rotate through on a monthly basis. Say it's, 8 to 10 drills, maybe a safety course or 2, maybe certain skills, certain skills that we work on, like the overall ball course or the, whatever, bank shots. And so then everybody has their stats where their best attempt is recorded. So when you go into that club, you have 50, 60 members and all their names are posted. They have their name, their Fargo rate, and underneath their best attempt on each one of those drills. It's right there. Now, where I come from, they say what gets measured gets done. So then, Chris, if you walk into that place and you're a member, you can look and say, man, there's 3 other guys I play real close with, and when I play them, I usually get the best of it, even if it's a close game. I'm crushing them on those drills there. How come my score on that one, I've scored so poorly compared? There's guys that I can roast that are beating me on that one, and there's guys that I'm playing close with that are crushing me on this. That's where I need to work. And then what has to happen, though, you can't just try it infinitely and post your best score. You have to reserve the stream table, go up, flip on the camera, and do the, say it's a drill where you try it 5 times and see what your best score is on, what your total score is or something. Your total score on 5 attempts. And then if you can beat it, then you can update that stat. That way, when you go in, you can see your relative scores compared to other people, similar ability and a little bit higher. and then you can know what to push for. And then if you have questions on how to do those things, you can go back to the recording of when I taught that drill, and then you can hear what I said again, or I'll be up around hitting balls. So anyway, it's going to be a little bit of guided training along the way. I might even do some tournaments where they're drill tournaments, where the first round, two players square off. And they got, seriously, like I got some. So I want to make it where I understand that we're going to play, but I think you earn the right to play by putting in some work and developing your game. And then we'll play, we'll have in-house leagues and tournaments, and I'll be up there sparring with people. We'll do matchups, and I'll bring in some players to spar with. Jeremy Sosi. So anyway.
I really like this question because I know you and I talk about this a lot, and this is from Sensei Nate Plays Pool.
I know Nate. Yes,
Nate Tamp. He wants to know because he's about to have kid number 4, so congratulations, Nate. I know she's due any minute now, or any day now. So he has very little time to compete. He does have access to a table, but not really any opponents, much like how I can be here in my garage. And he wants to know, in your opinion, how good can he get on his own, really? He's driven to compete.
I
It's just
know,
that right
I
now
know.
he just doesn't have.
Well, so the first thing I'd say is that pool is it's a lifetime, and that when you have your 4th kid, you have young children in the house, obviously the resources you can put into travel or even just competition of any kind is very limited. And so, but the thing is, pool has seasons, and it won't always be that way. And so you can't, things change. It's the same way that when you're 17, you have a ton of time, and then it changes and it gets tougher. Well, your kids get older, things happen. Things will develop. So if it was always 4 newborns at home, I wouldn't love your end of it. But to really, if what you were talking about is just practicing in your basement, I feel that people can get somewhere between 6 to 650 Fargo practicing in their basement. I think that what happens is to get from and that's kind of like the level you reach. It's like around. I think you play a little bit better. I call it 650. Like from the level where you kind of get to get from there to push towards 700, I really feel like it takes competition. And there's a couple reasons why. One is when you're on your own, you want to get better. But when you're playing better players that are beating you again and again because you're falling short on certain things that they can do and you're not able to do, you all of a sudden you have to get better. And it puts you in a spot to where you thought you were digging deep, I know, but necessity is the mother of invention, and that's what it takes to really force you to dig even deeper. And then the other part of it is that there are certain types of, for example, if you were to play one pocket, if you wanted to be a great one pocket player, but all you did was play 9-ball, well, there's certain types of shots that you're never going to get good at and not going to get comfortable with. And so you're not going to ever be this best one pocket player you can be if you don't know how to do certain kicks into the stack or tiki banks or all these things. Or 2 railers or 3 railers and all that crap. So then, the same way, if all you do is practice, there's a whole mental side of the game where it's about being in uncomfortable situations, having doubts, fears, negative thoughts of certain types in certain situations, and knowing how to respond to that, and knowing how to navigate through that, and knowing how to navigate through the emotional storms that come that you just don't get in your basement. So I feel that people that only practice, there's a whole mental game skill set and a competition skill set that's underdeveloped, so you can strengthen all these other links, and it can look pretty good on practice, but then you go out and compete, and you're like, how come it doesn't look the same way as it does when I'm at home, and I'm leaking in all these areas. So I feel like that's the reason it's hard to get past 650 in your basement, is because there's going to be some competition, some mental game stuff, and some competitive experience that's missing that's going to kind of prevent it. So I think that you can, but if somebody told me that they wanted to get to, if somebody wanted to reach a 640 Fargo, if somebody wanted to run 100 balls in straight pool, I think you can achieve those goals in your basement.
Okay.
And that's why I was talking to Chris. I was really encouraging Chris to put himself, I ask my students when I work with them, I'm like, how many times in the last year have you been in a spot where you're playing, where you're like breaking down, shaky, like almost throwing up in the bathroom where your heart's racing and you're like, how many times in the last year have you been in a spot where you're like on the verge of collapse because the pressure's overwhelming? And if the answer is like, well, the last year, I guess last summer in Vegas, I had this, like, yeah, that's not enough. That's not enough. And so, it's just not, and it would be like if somebody said, I want to get better at pool, I play once a year. It's like, well, that's not enough. Well, if you only put yourself in that kind of heat once a year, that's just not enough. So I was encouraging Chris to do a little bit more. But fortunately, you can get a long way building physical skills so that when the opportunities come, to start running in a competition, all that other work you've done will be there for you. So then all you got to do is just run it a little bit, and you'll get better quickly.
Okay. This is a good question. You and I have spoke on this numerous times, and this has been asked by other viewers, but I'm going to highlight this person. This is from Vinny M on YouTube. He wants to know if either of us offer online pool training. I will go first on this one. And for myself, the answer is kind of a yes and no. And what I mean by yes is I do YouTube. I've got YouTube videos that show you how to do different skills in the games. I have these live streams. I have recordings of my APA matches where I do my own commentary and explain what I'm doing. So that in of itself, as far as I'm concerned, is some form of training where someone can watch for free and then hopefully pull something out of the video, apply it to their own game, and then hopefully improve. Now, more than likely, you're asking for some type of one-on-one session virtually over the internet, and the answer is no for me because I just don't have the time. I'm a full-time software developer. That is what I do. That is my career, and I do all this YouTube stuff as a hobby for fun. Now, Demetrius, you on the other hand, you actually have physical one-on-ones that you talked about when you do your 3-day boot camps and stuff. And even Sensei Nate Tam wants to know that when you take into consideration, on average, right now, we've had about 75 to 80 viewers during the whole entire session. If you were to be able to do basically what we've been doing and not really, or if you had a partner that would interact with the chat or anything, like would that in any way, shape, or form, kind of like what you did with Carli in the beginning of the stream, as well as have the viewers, but the viewers would have to pay to see that versus being able to see it for free. So you and I have talked about the online coaching stuff before, and you're pretty much just a no-go on that. But if you can mold it a certain way to what I'm describing, would that be more interesting to you?
There's a lot of stuff. So the reason I don't do online coaching one-on-one is the quality of the experience to me is it's unpleasant. I feel like I'm shouting into screens and squinting at cameras. And it's when people come and work with me one-on-one at my house, we're eating dinners and swapping funny stories and getting to know each other. There's a certain experience that's really enjoyable. When we're sharing, I can see how somebody's hitting the ball side by side. We can set them up the same way. The tables play the same. Sometimes they're hitting the ball struggling and they can watch me hit it right next to them. The quality of the experience when we have one-on-one extended time side by side in real life is just so pure to me. And having limited sessions where we're going over superficial stuff screaming through a screen, it's just the opposite to me. It's like nails on a chalkboard. I just don't enjoy it. Now, I will give you, if that's exactly what you're looking for, there's a few people I can really recommend. So Neil's Fan does this, I think.
Yep.
Alex Laley does this. I think the European Mosconi Cup, Neil's Fan is awesome. I think that does Charivari do this?
I think he has some online coaching.
He might do that. So there are people, and those. So anyway, but I'll tell you, if I was going to pick a coach, I would pick either Alex Laley or Neil Span. Or I think even Federer might do some of this, although I think he's very fundamentally focused. But even like the goddamn best player in the world, right? So it's like you've got some great players that'll do stuff like that. And then as far as the other stuff, I've thought about like building some online. Like I have my own vision of, so the thing that I love about Chris is that he has just a huge library of instructional material. I've thought about doing something like a few courses. Like if you saw what I did with Carli this morning, it was this afternoon, it was a little bit brief. And of course I had to switch it a little bit to kind of gear it towards her level. But there's like in my opinion, certain steps of learning the game of pool that you have to go through. And so of course I've been approached and I've thought about making some type of like course that you can kind of go through to like, here's the order of the skills that you have to learn to keep getting to the next level and some different lessons and techniques. So maybe at some point, we build something like that out where it's a little bit more. The thing is that there's so much information online. It's like, where do I start? So having it kind of organized and guided would be kind of nice. But in the end, that's all very ambitious. There's people that are much better than me at this type of stuff. But what I do really well with is just, getting on a table with somebody and doing that way. So I got to stick to what I'm good at and I enjoy.
Sounds good. Now, I have some comments that I have to highlight. These aren't necessarily questions. Eves, I want to thank you so much for the $6.66 Canadian super chat. It's pretty much a monetary donation saying thanks to both of us for a excellent stream and Merry Christmas in advance. And then Sensei Nate Plays Pool hits us with a $9.99 super chat saying happy holidays to you guys, and he's excited to see how the dojo gets going.
Thank you, Nate. I can't wait till I know you're busy and stuff, but sometime, we'll be in person. Yeah. Does anybody want? Should we play like a short side of 9 ball, like race to 3 or something before we shut it down?
I mean, we can.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm not done
So,
playing.
well, let's go ahead and do that. But I have one more question then before we go ahead and do the race to 3. And this comes from Rick Ward on YouTube. He says he's found that the will to win can interfere greatly with the ability to do so. Is there any way you can expound on that point?
Yeah, I mean, so there's the simplest way to break it down is process versus results. When you so processes are things you can control. And there's things inside of your control, things outside of your control. And if you try to control something that you can't control, it creates fear, anxiety, frustration, and self-loathing. Those are like the big 3: fear, anger, and self-loathing. Those are the big 3 negative emotions. So, for example, Chris, right now on the live stream, if I told you that we were going to bet like $50,000 and you had to run 100 balls this inning, you'd feel like it would probably not be the most pleasant experience. Or if I told you that you had to make this spot shot on the 8 ball from spot to spot 20 times in a row for 1,000, like you're going to feel nervous because it's like, man, that's hard. I don't know if I can do that. So when you start trying to control that, it's going to create a lot of negative emotion. But if I told you that 20 times in a row you had to shoot at this ball, and as long as you chalked before every shot, I'd pay off. All you got to do is remember to chalk on every shot. Well, that's completely in your control. And so you'd feel very confident that you're going to win this bet. You're going to feel very positive and optimistic. So when you focus on things that you can control, it makes you feel confident. When you focus on things you can't control, it makes you feel very anxious and frustrated. So then so that's the first thing. What can you control? What can't you? Then when you sort it all out, you think about all the elements, almost everything you can't control. You really can't control how your opponent plays. You can't control necessarily how all the balls break. You can't control whether or not your opponent leads you a shot when they miss. You can't control the way the table's playing or the way the music is in the background. When you get right down to it, then you can't even really control how you play, because if you could, you'd play good all the time. So obviously that's not in your control. And you can't control whether or not you make this ball, because if you could control it, you do it all the time, and that means that you could do it 20 in a row. So when you boil it all down, people say, well, you can influence it by doing the things you can't control. It's like, yeah, that influence is a fancy way of saying you can't control it. So really, when you boil it all down, here's what you can control: your attitude and effort, your decision making, and your breathing. That's about what you can control. So in the end, attitude and effort. So now when we go back to this question about winning, the will to win, being positive or negative, if you tell yourself, I want to win this match, that is my goal, and that's what I'm trying to do, well, that's out of your control. So to me, that's creating, fear, frustration, things like this. If you tell yourself, I want to know that when I get done with this match, that I did everything I could to win, and that's how I'm judging myself. I'm not judging myself if I win or lose. I'm judging myself whether I can go in the mirror, look in the mirror, and know that I fought to win as hard as I could. And that's a process. That's attitude, effort. And so that's why I think it was it Vince Lombardi that said winning isn't everything, but the will to win is everything. And so that's where, when we talk about is the will to win a good thing or a destructive thing, I think that focusing on the processes and desire and effort and attitude are the processes that definitely you have to have a fire in the belly and want to fight for it. That's what you can control. And I think if you focus on that, it's going to put you in a good spot. But if you focus on the actual results of like whether or not it works out this time, that's out of your control, and I don't think that's effective. So that's my opinion.
Okay. Let's see here. I've seen this a couple of times, so I'm going to go ahead and highlight it. This is from YouTube. I think the screen name is pronounced Now. He would love to see if we would be able to promote Rodney Morris's new game, Rocket Runout, by playing a race to 5. Well, I don't think we're going to do that tonight. I've only seen, I think, one video on it, and I only briefly watched it. I'm not too familiar with the format. Have you heard of it? No. Okay. So in order for us to do that, we would have to watch it probably a couple of times to make sure we understand the format. I think it has something to do with, like, it's a fast-paced 9-ball racked 8-ball, meaning 4 solids, 4 stripes, and then the winning 8-ball. And there's certain rules to where, like, if you run out a certain way, it's worth a certain number of points, and if you run out a different way, it's worth a certain number of points. So I don't particularly know all of the rules for us to be able to promote it tonight. So it would have to be something to see if we can fit in. And yeah, I think one more question, and then let's do 10 ball. I'd rather play 10 ball than 9 ball. But Craig from YouTube wants to know do you ever use meditation before tournaments for focus or confidence? He feels that it relaxes him so much that it almost makes him feel rejuvenated or refreshed.
So there's actually two meditation. There's a little, I would say probably no to meditation, but yes to visualization and hypnosis. So I have, about 12 years ago, I actually went to a hypnotist for 5 sessions, and on the 5th session, they recorded me a personalized, it was like 26 minutes, and what it did for me was, after these sessions, it's not like I turned into some zombie where I didn't miss, but I would feel totally rested and refreshed, completely alert, and very focused and calm. My brain would be very calm and still, and I would be very refreshed and energized. So if I was playing these tournaments where you're playing until 2 in the morning and then getting back at 11 a.m. and playing all day, and it's 7 o'clock and you just had dinner and you got a match at 8, I'd go listen to this hypnosis thing, and I would feel like energized, ready to play for the rest of the day, and kind of calm and focused. And I would also use that before pressure matches at times. What I've actually seen is Neil Spahan recorded on his channel a visualization exercise. So if you look up Neil Spahan visualization, he did like a 12-minute where he's got like shot glasses, and one of them's confidence, and one of them's this and that, and then he's like does this visualization stuff. And I've listened to that a few times. It's shorter than the one I have. It's not hypnosis, but it's guided visualization. So it's somewhere, people say it's guided meditation, but really, I think true meditation is about releasing thoughts, not thinking about stuff, that following along thoughts. So anyway, I don't really think of it as, I think of it as visualization, but it's a little hypnotic, and it's definitely a guided visualization. And so yeah, I think that's a good thing to experiment with.
All right, cool. Well then, yeah, are you ready to do a race to 3 and 10 ball?
Yes. As soon as I.
So I got you. I don't know if you brought your brake stick with you, but there's a brake stick that you can use.
I've got one. All right. Let's see here. Are we gonna leg?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna cool. Are we doing winter break? Call shot. Text express. What do you want to do?
Well, it's 10 balls, so let's call
shot.
Call ball, call pocket.
All right.
I think you got me by a little bit, unless you scratch.
Unless it rolls off.
Jeepers. All right.
Okay, so I got a funny story. I'll rack my own, but I got a funny story. So at the U.S. Open this year with legs, I had the weirdest thing where I kept winning legs and not getting it to count. Because the first match, I was playing a guy, and I won't mention his name. I like the guy, by the way. It was just a one-off that this happened. So we get down to leg, and I win the leg, but we legged with object balls. So we get down to leg, I win the leg, and then the ref comes over and says, "Oh, I didn't say you guys could start yet." And he looks at something, and he says, pulls out 2 cue balls and says, "You guys could start." And he puts the 2 cue balls on the table. And I was like, well, I just won the leg. But all of a sudden, my opponent quickly grabs one of the cue balls and gets down to legs. And I'm like, oh, so that one didn't count? So then he beats me on the leg, and I'm like, come on, man. Come on. Like, that was just kind of weak. So then I'm like, whatever, no problem. So then I'm playing a few matches later, and now I can say who it was because it was nothing he did. I was playing Ernesto Dominguez, and he ended up beating me. Well, we get down to leg, and Chris, it was like I won the leg. Anybody with eyes knows that I won the leg. Like, he got it here. I got it here. I know you guys can't see it, but come look at this. Like, this is how they stopped, where it was like, it wasn't even like close, right? And if there's any doubt, you could realize that you can put 2 object balls in between.
So, hang on what you're doing right there so I can do this for everybody. That way, now they've got a side.
Yeah, so it's like if anybody has any doubt that I won the leg, it's like what you do is you put an object ball behind each one, and it's very much more clear now that it's. And then I could fit a second object ball here and not here, and it's like it was like clear I won the leg. So I looked at Ernesto and I'm like, good, and he's looking at it, and I'm like, come on, man, you level tables for a living. I know you know this is good. And he's kind of looking at it. He's like, let me have a ref look at it. So the ref comes over. I'm like, all right, well, obviously I win. And the ref looks at it and says, releg. I'm like, what's going on in this place? So then I get down, and we get down to the next. He legs, and his cue ball stops here, mine stops here. And I look at him, and I say really loud, I'm like, is that a tie too? Was that a tie too? Anyway, so It's hard to win a leg around this place.
Too funny. Too funny. Let's see here. Bang Time Pool wants to know, do you do anything physically to stay in tournament shape?
Boy, I need to do more, obviously. But remember, the camera adds 30 pounds. But I need to do more. But no, I mean, I definitely do hit the gym. I'm not an athlete like Tyler Steyer and these guys, but I definitely, I work on for me, core, lower back, and stuff like that is big. And then squats and legs. I work out legs, core, and I'm not like a lifter when it comes to arms, but I try to keep moving. I'm getting older. I can't just be doing anything. Okay.
All right, quick race to 3, everybody. Here we go.
Now, before you ever play a set of 10 ball, you should always warm up your break. Unless you don't know that you're going to be playing, in which case, who knows what this is going to do. On second thought, I will never ever warm up my break again. Oh, I have to call my shot. I can't play 2 ways.
Nope.
Gosh, this is lame. Texas Express, man. Okay. Seven.
Woo. All right. One side. Corner. Three in the corner. Four in the corner. Like 10 being where it's at. 5 ball. Six in the corner. Seven in the corner. Nine ball in the pocket. Really did not like how I had to spin the 9 ball.
Go in.
Yeah, it makes it all the more easier for me. Golly, I have to scratch. Ah, that's brutal. That's just brutal.
It makes me sad, Chris. Hard to explain how sad I feel right now. Well, that adds about 6 reels.
Shot.
Not going well.
Shot.
Swish.
1-1.
Yikes.
Nice recovery on the 4.
Yeah. I got you, girl.
Return the favor?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. 2 can't go there. And it barely goes there. each other. I'll take that. Not sure if I was gonna clip the 10 or not. Thank you.
I 10 balls. Little Trace is the first to reach the hill. I poor players over there. You got a totally the tips. Powerful kicking
All right. I'd love to get the same break. Keep the cue ball on the table. Oh. Did you get it? Good bank on the one. What a shot. What an out. Oh boy, here we go. Hill to hill. All right. I can appreciate how we're basically capitalizing on each other's mistakes here.
That's cool, man. Nobody wins against somebody that doesn't make mistakes. Call the 5-ball. Oh, I guess I should have called the 1. This is the shot. The shot. But that cut. Right?
Yep, we were just talking about this shot. No spin, just make the ball.
Yeah, something like that.
Or you can give it back to me.
I mean, edge.
You'll only go figure that the final rack is where we actually have to make some moves here. Not sure I see a safety. Or let me rephrase, I'm not sure I see a safety that I'm comfortable playing. I think I'm gonna bank the 2. And that might be the sellout.
Ah,
Got my shape on the 3 also. Good shoot. Good shoot. Oh, man. You're back at
so
shot.
irritating, man. I would have never missed this ball again. What do I gotta do? How many times do I have to shoot this before I just? Yeah, it's a tough shot for me, man.
And that's the same shot that I struggle with in straight pull, because
It's-
I always try
yeah.
to set up the back cut shots to go into the
Yeah,
rack, and
I was more like this. It was a little bit more this way. Just it's a tight pocket, man. The other thing is like when the ball's here, it can rub the rail and go in. When it gets to here, if it hits that point, it hangs. And so
Yep.
it's like it's from this angle. It's just it's a very small pocket, and it has to be struck well. Yeah, like that. And you just can't.
that's
Yeah,
a
it's
very
just tough.
common result I get as well.
Okay, well,
All right.
this one I can make.
Well, everybody, I hope everybody was able to enjoy that. I think we've been streaming now for going on 6.5 hours, which is probably one of the longest streams that I've actually done to this
Yeah,
day.
thanks for tuning in, everybody. I'm glad to share a holiday. I'll be here 2 more days. We're going to have some fun, work on some different things, and try to get some straight pull going. We'll get that faucet turned on.
Yeah, but before we go, I do want to ask you one question just based on what we last did here. Because between the way you just saw me play the set
Yes.
and what you've seen me do in straight pull, what would you think is my weakness that's preventing me from running 100 balls when you know I can maneuver the cue ball, I can make shots,
Yeah,
but that doesn't
yeah.
somehow translate to playing straight pull?
It's really small. At this point, it's whatever we talk about, it's like an inch or two here and there. It's a certain, there's certain speeds when you go into balls that you just develop a feel as to like, is this a firm break, a medium break, or a soft spread? Between making them spread open without tying them back up and still getting the cue ball loose without losing control or getting, without wildly losing control or getting stuck. There's these sweet spot speeds that I think that there's some times that you've chosen, suboptimal speeds, and then just a little bit of cue ball. Cue ball gets an inch or two tighter over time. Getting a little bit better angles, a little bit better, so you can roll the ball instead of stunning it here and there. Or that if you're going to stun it, you're full enough to really control the stun instead of getting a little thin where it's going to get so an inch here and there. But it's whatever we talk about it's just really fine tune stuff. But if you fine tune 2 or 3 things, then it makes a big impact. So we're just fighting over a centimeter here and there. You're playing 10 ball really smooth. The one thing I'm going to tell the audience, just in case they want to quit. The only thing that I would have done, I loved that second run where you followed all the way down, got short side of the 2. That was great. The one thing I thought was a little bit when they had that 10 ball here, the very first rack.
Yep.
You had the 9 ball here, the 7 ball was here, and the 6 ball. You were full enough on the 6. So what was interesting is when you stunned the 6 ball, you ended up out here. But then when you're out here on the 6. It's an awkward transition because one, you're coming this way, which is like crossing the line as opposed to kind of coming into the side rail. You can't risk, from out here, you can't bring the set into the side rail. And the other part was when the roll the ball, it's gonna like overspin because the top spin is gonna make it kind of kill a little bit. So that's why it kind of came short. I thought if you ended up stunning it to here, you could have been able to roll to the end rail. And if you could roll to the end rail on a shot like this, now you can use like a half ball hit cut and more naturally come across table where you really safely get into that rail. And I don't know where the 9 was, it wasn't there. But anyway, that was the only thing that I saw that I would have done a little different. Other than that, everything, that short side of the 2 to run it up table, and how clean is Chris striking it for ball to ball? It was like super, super clean pool. So I really like the way you're playing. There's from here, I would say we've talked and we've worked on some stuff, and I love the way you're playing. I just think that at this point we're just fighting over some very, very fine stuff. But a few fine things together add up to a big difference. And so that's why I'm glad we're here. Is we're going to play a lot of Scotch double straight pool, and it's nothing that's going to be big enough to where somebody's going to have a chapter in their book about certain things. But as we play together, hopefully we can just massage things just a little, And it's not like I'm playing great, I'm not playing like world class or anything, but I'll get there. We'll both get there.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, all I can say is I hope everybody was able to enjoy this. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure what time we're going to get started, but it's going to be very similar to what we did today. Probably go the same length, if not longer. We can definitely do another set of 10 ball, or we can do some 9 ball, but we're definitely going to do some more straight pool. And then if Demetrius has an idea of wanting to do another lesson, maybe a lesson with me, or an intermediate lesson or a more advanced lesson, that's entirely up to him. But be sure to tune in tomorrow. I will have it scheduled on YouTube and on Facebook when we actually figure out what time we're going to do everything. So hope everybody was able to enjoy this. And obviously, if you liked what you saw, make sure you do give this stream a thumbs up on your way out. And if you're on Facebook, be sure to give my page a follow. And if you're on YouTube, be sure to subscribe to my channel. And then I'll make sure to put in the description a link to Demetrius' website, as well as his YouTube channel and his Facebook page.
Yeah, I've got some cool stuff up there for the right person. It takes the right fit.
There you go.
A little Chris, but okay, Chris.
Still works out.
Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. Have a good night, everybody.
Jazz hands. Yeah.